Live, sir.
All right, thank you, much obliged. Welcome, everybody. It is 5:03 p.m., Wednesday, April 27th. This is a regular meeting of the governing body, and we are doing it virtually. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Romero-Worth. We will have a salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Lee Garcia. And then we'll begin invocation followed by remembrances, and Councilor Chavez will lead us in that. So please rise and join me in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among United cultures.
Good evening, everybody. This is going to be a little bit different because I actually saw a social media post of an old colleague that kind of inspired me and reminded me of the importance of empathy. And as a leader, I have always said, the number one characteristic a leader can have to be a successful leader is to practice empathy. You have to make it a priority. All of your actions have to be defined through that lens, taken through that lens. This colleague is a counselor, a school counselor. Her name is Rita Hemig. She was my school counselor at the elementary school I was a principal at. And times are tough right now. And I will get emotional probably because I'm talking about our youth, and it's always alarming because they're our future. And she wrote a post because she was so shaken by what our youth are going through right now. The fear of fires, the fear of pandemic, not knowing how to socialize, feeling stresses within their homes. And she expressed this. She actually wrote it very beautifully. She said, these little humans are fiercely brave and full of grace as they cycle through the coping strategies they have been forced to learn in less than 10 years of life. I would say it's probably less than 4 in some cases. And in that post, she included a quote from Brené Brown, who I am falling more and more in love with her work. And it says, Brené writes, "My mom taught us never to look away from people's pain. The lesson was simple. Don't look away. Don't look down. Don't pretend not to see hurt. Look people in the eye, even when their pain is overwhelming. And when you are in pain, find the people who can look you in the eye. We need to know we are not alone, especially when we are hurting." She goes on to say, "This lesson is one of the greatest gifts of my life." And so I want to offer that gift to everyone, all of the fearless leaders on this call, and to really stress the reminder of empathy. We have great staff members. When I saw her post, I was like, I can't wait to work with Director Sanchez and Ochoa in addressing mental health and seeing what I can do to contribute to their amazing work. But it also reminded me that adults are also hurting right now as well. And I thought, my colleagues show up no matter what they're going through. Our staff, our fearless staff show up to serve and to work and to accomplish as much as possible despite our world around us and how stressful it is. And I think that we have to take that into account and really consider those things that step up through trying times. That is how we express sympathy. And it's very important that we do that right now. May is Mental Health Month, so I wanted to remind us all of that and why I really wanted to stress this. In regards to remembrances, really I look on social media, I talk to friends, there's so much loss. Right now we have loss of land and loss of homes because of the fire, loss of illness, lots of heavy hearts. And I just want to take a moment to tell people I may not know what you're going through, but I will look you in the eye. I will acknowledge your hurt, and I will applaud you for still showing up every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Can I just see hands of folks who want to remember somebody specific at this time? I see a bunch of hands. I'll start with Counselor Lindell and then go around.
Thank you, Marion. I'm not sure, you may have wanted to make this remembrance also. I wanted to acknowledge our great friend, Marion Silver, who was called on to her greater rewards this week. There's so much to say about her. I'll just say in my own experience, every time I ran into Mrs. Silver, we would have a good laugh over, she would always tell me that she was really considering moving to Santa Fe. She liked it very much here. And of course, she had been here her whole life, and her family owned the Guarantee on the plaza. She was Santa Fe, recognized as a Santa Fe treasure. And she was just, she may not have been tall, but she stood very, very tall in all of our eyes. And she was great fun. This city will miss her. And I personally will miss seeing her at the opera and trying to convince her to move to Santa Fe, because it's a really nice place. So on to your greater rewards, Mrs. Silver.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett, and then Counselor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to remember my step-grandfather who passed away a few weeks ago. I, of course, missed last meeting as I was busy being sick, but I did want to take the opportunity to recognize him tonight. He passed, about 3 weeks ago, I believe. His name was Dick Mullins. He was one of those very kind, soft-spoken men who was just always there to help with everybody, with his family, and took me on. You know, my mother and stepfather met when I was in my 20s, and took me on as a bonus granddaughter, despite the fact that I was an adult, and really just spent so much time asking over me, and after Oliver was born, really just giving so much love. So he was just one of those really kind, beautiful souls in the world. And I really wanted to extend my sorry, I'm still having a hard time finding words today. I wanted to extend my condolences over to my stepfather, to my mother, and of course to his wife and the rest of his family, and just hold him in memory today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just ask if we can keep all of those impacted by the wildfires ravaging through our state, north, south. I mean, it seems like every part of the state is impacted, and just keep those folks that are either lost their homes, lost their property, or are displaced currently because there are wildfires where they can't return home. Just keep them in their thoughts and in our thoughts and prayers. And even more importantly, I guess, ask for to pray for the protection of the wildland firefighters that are trying to keep everybody safe.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other, Councilor Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to send condolences to the family of Marion Silver, to her daughters, her daughter-in-law, her grandchildren, and add to Councilor Lindell's tribute. She was a remarkable woman, and it's very sad that she's moved on, and I just wish her family the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands? Councilor Lindell and Councilor Marworth are both speaking truth about Ms. Silver and the whole Silver family. So there's much love and much heartfelt compassion. And as Councilor Chavez said, much empathy amongst all of us. And also for those who are struggling against COVID now, continuing, and wildfires now, and just the accumulation of stress in our community. Let's all take a deep breath and say a word of prayer for all of everyone in our community who's dealing with these multiple challenges. Many thanks, everyone. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councillor Cassett,
Here.
Councillor Chavez,
Here.
Councillor Lee Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Lindell,
Here,
Councillor Rivera,
Here.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Here. Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Can I get a motion to please approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Whoa, I heard a lot of seconds. I heard one motion to approve, and let me see whose hand goes up who said they seconded. Who wants to second the motion? Nobody. Okay.
Councilor Chavez can take it.
Councilor Chavez seconded the motion to approve the agenda. Thank you for weighing in there. Could the clerk call the roll on the motion to approve the agenda, please?
Yes, Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Chavez,
Yes.
Councillor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And I believe, Madam Clerk, you have the list of items taken off the consent agenda. Can you just read those out so everybody has that information?
Yes, item C was removed by Councillor Rivera and item H was removed by Councillor Lee Garcia.
And that's the extent.
That is all of the items that were pulled from consent tonight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move to approve as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion to approve and I have a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Councillor Chavez,
Yes.
Councillor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes,
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe we have two presentations tonight. Can you begin item 8A, please, for us?
Yes, item 8A is the first presentation. It's the 6-month update on the Mayors for Guaranteed Income for the Santa Fe Learn, Earn, and Achieve, also known as Santa Fe LEAP project. Director Kira Ochoa and Julie Sanchez will be providing this presentation. And I believe they're accompanied by Molly Parsons and Cerise Consulting.
Thank you. Director Ochoa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We're very happy to be able to stand before you tonight and give you an update on the Mayors for Guaranteed Income program. We joined this thanks to the Mayor Weber's participation in the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We became aware of the opportunity, applied for a $500,000 grant, and were awarded early last year. The program has been going for 6 months now. And while we don't have final evaluation, Julie Sanchez, Youth and Family Services Division Director, Molly Parsons from Cerise Consulting, and Yoselin Cordova, who is our UPenn fellow are here to tell you more about the program and how it's going.
And if we could, Erin Coltrane is also waiting. She's with the Centers for Guaranteed Income Research. And if she could be let in, that'd be great.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, she can. Julie, what is the name again?
Oh,
Just
she
promoted
is.
her, Christine.
Perfect, thanks.
Great, thank you. And Molly has our presentation, so if she's able to screen share, perfect. We'll get started. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. I'm happy to be here before you to present our 6-month update on the Santa Fe Learn, Earn, and Achieve project. This is a project of the Mayors for Guaranteed Income, and we have been selected as one of 30 cities nationally to do this project. And so next slide, Molly. So this question we get a lot, and because we have new counselors, we really want to go through on what is a guaranteed income. So guaranteed income really is a regular cash payment that's given directly to an individual. It's unconditional with no strings attached and no work requirements. And it's really meant to supplement rather than replace the existing social net service, social safety net service, and can be a tool for racial and gender equity. Often it's targeted to a specific population as compared to a universal basic income. And for us, a guaranteed income is meant to really empower recipients by offering them dignity and choice in how they use their resources, depending on their specific financial needs. And that's really important in this kind of project. It really empowers the individual to make financial choices and what best fits their family. So what is MGI? So MGI is a Mayors for Guaranteed Income. It's part of a national movement led by mayors to advocate for a guaranteed income. And really it's building off a first of its kind guaranteed income pilot through SEED, which was rooted in Dr. King's legacy. Mayor Michael Tubbs of Stockton piloted it. And so the Economic Security Project founded Mayors for Guaranteed Income in June of 2020. Mayors come together in the network to advocate for guaranteed income, direct reoccurring cash payments that lift all the communities, building a resilient and just America. And that's taken from the Mayors for Guaranteed Income site. And so what is Santa Fe Learn, Earn, and Achieve? So, you know, this really is spearheaded by Mayor Weber, who joined the Mayors for Guaranteed Income and really encouraged us to apply for a $500,000 grant, which is funded by MGI. And it's really funding a 1-year pilot project. We have a partnership with the Santa Fe Community College, as well as the Santa Fe Community Foundation. And we have 100 student parents who are enrolled in the program. And our student population receive $400 a month for 1 year. And just for everybody to know, we're actually at the midpoint of our pilot project. And so our individual participants have received roughly about 6 months worth of payments. And those payments go out on the 15th of every month. So again, our project is really designed in cooperation with the Santa Fe Community Foundation's Early Opportunity for Young Families project, the Santa Fe Community College and their foundation, the MGI staff, and then researchers from the University of Pennsylvania. And this project is really part of a large-scale national evaluation through the University of Pennsylvania to learn and really dive deep into how a guaranteed income makes a difference in people's lives. So we wanted to give you all a very basic breakdown of the demographics of the population that we're serving. Our 100 students, their median reported income is about $12,000. The average reported income is roughly about $18,743. The number of children in the households, about 84% have between 1 and 2 children. And then about 16% have 3 to 6 children in their household. The gender of our population is mostly female, about 90%, but we do have 10% who are males in our population. 74% of our population is white, including Hispanic Latino. 9% is American Indian and Alaskan Native. And then about 7% is multiracial. And then 10% identify as some other race. 86% of our youth population is Hispanic or Latino, and 14% is that other category. And so I have with us here the amazing CGIR team as well as our UPenn fellow, and I will go ahead and allow them to introduce themselves to you.
Thank you so much, Julie. My name is Erin Coltrera. I'm the Associate Director of External Partnerships here at the Center for Guaranteed Income. It's my pleasure to speak with all of you, and thank you so much for having us here to do this presentation. What's incredibly important about Santa Fe's Guaranteed Income Pilot is that it's not just a proof of concept, right? It's about a legacy, about contributing to a larger understanding of what guaranteed income can do and who it can do it for. So a core component of the Mayors for a Guaranteed Income platform is research evaluation for its partner pilots. And we here at CGIR are the research partner, and we're really proud to be working with the entire team here in Santa Fe. The research design for this pilot is what's called a mixed methods quasi-experimental design. And basically what that means is that we're asking participants to engage with us for quantitative surveys as well as confidential, anonymous, qualitative interviews with the research team. So the idea is that the qualitative surveys tell us the what of guaranteed income, and the qualitative interviews allow us to explore a little bit more about the how and the why. The data set to which Santa Fe is contributing is designed to contribute nationally directly to the building of policies and programs in the future that truly work for people. And it includes the results, or will include the results, for more than 24 pilots. The survey tool that we're using in Santa Fe has at its core a consistent set of domains that all of the other pilots are using. And those domains include things like physical functioning and mental health, as well as well-being, and the standard financial volatility factors that you would be interested in. But in Santa Fe, we also include specific domains around questions regarding childcare, parental engagement, and educational outcomes for our parent participants. Absolutely none of the research that I've just talked about, though, would be possible here in Santa Fe without our phenomenal fellow. So I will let her introduce herself and tell you a little bit more about how she goes about gathering this data.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jocelyn Cordova, and I'm the fellow on this project. And basically what my role is to be the participants' contact person. So I let them know when the survey goes live, help troubleshoot through any issues that they might have. If they have problems with their payments, they usually reach out to me and I can point them to the correct person. And I want to just reiterate Erin's point and how important this research is. I am also a college student. I am in the PhD program at the University of New Mexico, and I'm also a mother. I have a 3-year-old son. And a lot of the issues that young parents face while trying to get an education are very real, and a lot of them are tied to economics. And being able to factually state that this helps individuals in X, Y, and Z is very important. And I just wanted to reiterate that. And that's my role.
I will also add that Jocelyn is from Santa Fe, which is a huge bonus and plus, and is also bilingual. And so she really connects well with our student participants. So having her as part of the team is just amazing. And so we're so grateful to have her on board and have her as part of the project. So just to give everybody some general updates around our timeline, in January of 2021, our MGI grant was awarded to the city of Santa Fe. We did take quite a bit of time around the planning and making sure that all of the research design was approved through an IRB. And then also we took quite a bit of time facilitating the outreach process. As you may know, in June of 2021, the project was approved by you all here at City Council. And so with that approval, we were able to open up our application for community college students. In September, the students are randomly selected by the UPenn research team. So all of that took place kind of outside of the city. And then from September to October, we really did our one-on-one onboarding process. And that was incredibly in-depth and time-consuming, but it really gave us an opportunity to explain the project to our participants and to make sure that any cash distributed to them, they understood how it may impact some of their public benefits. And then, of course, we had to finalize their enrollment in our direct cash application, which is through STEADY. In October of 2021, our first payment went through. And so from October, the first payment, they'll continue to receive payments through September of this year, and that'll be all 12 payments. And we decided on the 15th because that really was kind of the best choice date for participants and was recommended to us. And through some of the feedback we've received from some of the participants, it's actually the best time for them to receive these payments because first of the month, generally all their bills get paid. And so anything that's left over by the 15th really kind of covers additional expenses. So that's been really successful and I'm glad we chose that date. And so from about August through April, we're going to continue with our ongoing research led by the UPenn team. That includes surveys and interviews and the work of Yasleen. And really our next steps is going to be, considering the feasibility of project extension and expansion. And so that's what we're going to be in discussions here in the next few months. And then in late of 2023, we're going to be getting our final report from the UPenn team on the outcomes and impacts of this project. And with that, I can go ahead and stand for questions.
Thank you. Why don't you, there you go, unshare the screen so we can see everybody and I can see hands as they go up. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, comments for our assembled team? I see no hands. I see a hand. Excellent. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and just wanted to thank the staff for taking the time to set this up. There was a lot of moving parts to get this going in the city of Santa Fe. Really important program. I'm glad we're going to be continuing it through ARPA funds. I think there's research already that shows how important this kind of supplemental income can actually do wonders for people that are right at the edge of trying to make it. So I'm very supportive of this. I also want to applaud the recipients of the first cohort for enduring what they had to go through, the unnecessary invasive questioning. I encourage UPenn to reevaluate kind of what you think would be appropriate to ask questions, making sure that the data points are succinct but not getting way too personal. So I just wanted to let the first cohort know that was, I appreciate that they went through that, and I'm really happy to hear that our staff is going to take control of that next cohort process and how we'll be vetting individuals, and that process I think will go a lot smoother now that we know what this can look like and what makes more sense and lessons learned. So thank you all, and for the team, and even to Jocelyn Cordova, I'm happy to see that you're local helping us through the process and that you were such an integral resource for the recipients, because I think that helps people feel secure about a program and knowing that this is for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weber, and thank you everybody for being here for the presentation. Really exciting project. I just want to make before I ask a question, a fun comment about who came up with the acronym LEAP.
Julie.
Julie did.
Yes.
I was gonna say, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, that was a late night back and forth between me and Mr. Mayor and actually Director Ochoa. And it took us quite a while to land on a really creative acronym, but we were like, we got to beat SEEDS and all the other acronyms for other cities. So I'm going to give the credit to Mayor Weber.
It really took me back to my master's program when we were we were doing our student public health, community health programs. And there's always this conversation about all the acronyms that come through. So as soon as I saw that it had been acronymed, I had a lovely flashback to my late nights in the library as we came up with our acronyms and then all the discussion. So thanks for that trigger back for the memory. I did have one question. I saw, that it was the 15th of the month, and I assumed that was by design, that was when the money was received. Am I correct in my understanding that most federal aid is also received on the first of the month? And there's a lot of research about how by the middle of the month, frequently, especially SNAP, a lot of this has already been utilized. So this probably helps with that piece. Okay, wonderful. I saw noddings of yes for anybody that is listening and not watching. And then I was curious, is there flexibility? So if somebody on the 10th is really running low on funds, if they have some type of emergency, is there the ability to pull the dollars earlier if they need to? And if not now, when we take a little bit more control over this with ARPA dollars, would that be a possibility to have a default on the 15th, but have almost an emergency clause for somebody who needed it earlier because of something unexpected?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, that's really something we're going to have to work out with our partner. Steady as the organization or is the application that we go through for cash payments, and we would have to negotiate with them on how they see potentially being able to do that. But I know for our current pilot, all of the dates remain the same.
Okay. Yep. And have we heard of any incidences where people were kind of chugging through for a few days until those dollars came through?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I haven't heard anything where people were struggling if they weren't able to if they wanted to get their funding earlier. I haven't heard anything from our participants about that.
Okay. Yeah, I would be curious, obviously it doesn't necessarily need to be a part of the official questionnaire, but I think that would be something interesting to get some feedback on. The 15th definitely makes sense to me, just based on a lot of the other pieces that we've looked at and what we know about individuals who are working on federal assistance, or, when people tend to really start to run out of monthly money. So, but yeah, I would be curious to hear a little bit of feedback there. I have no other questions or comments, but I just really want to thank you all for your work on this. Again, this is a really exciting program. Really excited that we will be continuing to support it. And I look forward to seeing the updates as they come through. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions or comments? I just add my thanks to everybody for their work. This is an effort I'm incredibly proud of for all of us. I think it is really a path-breaking design. I think it directly speaks to interrupting the cycle of poverty that is so hard for so many people to escape, not because they're not trying, but because the system keeps dragging them back down. And they get partway toward self-sufficiency and an emergency interrupts. They have to get out of the community college program in order to make ends meet, can't get back in. And at the end of the day, too often they don't fail, but they feel as though they've failed. What's failed is the ability for them to realize their hopes and dreams. So everybody who put this together, everybody who's evaluating it, all the participants, I am extremely proud of you all and grateful to you all, and look forward to more updates as things progress. Thanks for being here. Okay, Madam Clerk, we also have a B presentation.
You are correct. We have B, which is the City of Santa Fe Water 2021 Summary and Water 2022 Outlook. Jesse Roach, our Water Division Director, is available for the presentation.
Mr. Roach.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, everyone listening. I appreciate your time tonight. I just wanted to give a quick update of some of the things happening with City of Santa Fe Water at the moment. We just finished our 2021 annual report, and we included the executive summary in the packet. And I will show a few key figures from the report in this slide deck. But the full 22-page report is available at our website, which is the city website /water. And I encourage everyone to read it if you get a chance. The target audience for this really is the governing body. So I hope you get a chance to take a look at it and provide any comments or feedback. Just an overview of what happened last year. This is a chart that shows sort of graphically the 4 different potable water sources that we have. And the majority of our water production, 56%, came from diversions from the Rio Grande, which is shown in the dark blue. That's from the treated by the BDD project. 22%, almost a quarter, came from the Santa Fe River, which is the lighter blue shading on the right. And then the remaining 21% came from our 2 different well fields, both the city wells within city limits and the Buckman well field along the Buckman Road out towards the Rio Grande. In terms of how that looked through the months, the Santa Fe River water is shown in the bottom color here in this chart. And then the darker blue is the Buckman direct diversion layered on top. One interesting thing to point out about this graphic is that we actually shut down the Canyon Road treatment plant for about 7 weeks during the entirety of June and most of July in order to demonstrate to ourselves that we could serve all of the city's demand during peak demand season with just the other 3 sources. So that was an important piece for us to move. There's enough water, but making sure we could move it around to the right places. The gray line here is the water that we actually sold to folks through their meters, and the difference between those is what we call unaccounted water. And then just to kind of show in a different way that often I talk about, or we talk about, our river water from either the Rio Grande or the Santa Fe River being our checkings account. We can see exactly how much we have. It's regenerated every year. It's something we have a very good handle on, and the well fields being more like a savings account. We're not quite as sure about how much we have in there, and we would like to be building that. We want water rising in our wells, not dropping. And so even in the dry year of 2021, almost 80% of our production came from our checkings account, let's say. And because we think approximately 4,500 acre feet per year is recharging our combined well fields, overall, we added to storage in our well fields or in our savings account. This shows our surface water reservoir storage. So we have 2 reservoirs on the Santa Fe River, and the blue line shows how that storage looked during 2021 and how that compared to 2019 and 2020. And then similarly, we have storage in up to 3 reservoirs along the Chama system. And this shows how that storage changed through the year. You can see in both cases, we ended with less storage than we started, and that's consistent with it being a dry year. It's also important to point out the relative magnitude of these. We're looking at on the order of 1,000 acre feet of storage on the Santa Fe River system last year, and 12 to 15,000 acre feet of storage along the Chama last year. So that's where the majority of our surface water, our checking account balance is. And then sort of turning towards what do we think we will see this year, 2022. The graphic on the left shows snow water equivalent. So this is really a representation of snowpack in the mountains. And this is fairly representative of the Santa Fe River watershed. And the green line is median of the last 30 years. And the black line is what we actually saw in 2021, 2022. So for a time, we were hovering near median, but over the last few weeks, we've been dropping below median. Based on those snow melt projections, we have forecast what we think we're going to do this year. And this is a larger number. This includes county production as well. Because we share the BDD with the county, we do our planning, whether it's weekly, annually, or long-term planning, we do that in conjunction with the county. So again, we think we'll be able to mostly rely on surface water and then utilize our wells when we need them. A quick look at financials. Just for order of magnitude, the cash balance the end of June in 2020 was about $55 million. And we hear a lot about a large cash balance, but we also had a debt at that time of $42 million. On average, we see revenues on the order of $36 to $39 million, or maybe $34 to $39 million. And what I'm showing here are audited numbers from fiscal years 2018 through 2020, and then projected numbers from our financial planning that we do from fiscal year 2021 through 26. And the cash expenditures are generally a little bit less than the revenues, but we expect that to change in the next several years. And I guess that's mostly what I'm bringing to the attention of the governing body, is that we have on the order of $90 million in only 4 capital projects on the near horizon that we expect will draw down the cash reserves and probably result in us taking some bonds. And those are rehabilitation at both of our dams, so Nichols and McClure, and each of those probably is on the order of 19 million, maybe more. These prices are rising almost daily at this point. Some major upgrades at the Canyon Road water treatment plant with a price tag on the order of $13 million. And then the San Juan Chama return flow project with a price tag somewhere in the 30s. And so a quick update on that project, because it's the biggest one of those and something that has a lot of our attention at the moment. Just as a reminder, this project would take water from the Paseo Real water reclamation facility that originated as a diversion from the Rio Grande, moves through the city, through houses, through businesses. The amount that's used indoors is collected through the sewer system, treated at the Paseo Real water reclamation facility, and then the portion of it that San Juan Chama water would be sent back to the Rio Grande, so that we can achieve the same diversion from the Rio Grande with a smaller release of our water from upstream reservoirs. And in this case, there would be no impact on the river below this diversion and return point because we're making it whole with the effluent return. In terms of where we're standing, there's permitting processes. We're in the permitting process with the OSE and also NEPA, the National Environmental Protection Act. And we're engaged in the lower Santa Fe River planning process. So those are sort of the 3 prongs of the permitting effort. And then we also have a design effort where we have received 4 responses to requests for proposals for engineering design. And then a few other items. Each year in April, we look at our resources and we advise the city manager on specific water management policy. And in this case, we made an estimate of operational demand and operational supply, both according to 2006 admin procedures that are currently city code, and also according to sort of staff estimates based on sort of some things that have changed since those procedures were developed. In both cases, we ended up estimating about 50% more supply than potential demand. And we're also piloting a new method to help guide water management and seasonal conservation policy, maybe with a little bit more nuance. And that's this tool called the Santa Fe Water Resources Indicator. And that I presented on maybe last month at a recent governing body meeting. We have 2 webinars tomorrow, public webinars. We call them our What's Up with Water. This is the 3rd in a row. And those are at 9 and 10:30. I'm sorry, from 9 to 10:30 a.m. and 7 to 8:30 p.m. Same information twice. Information for those is on our website. And we hope anyone interested in water will join for one of those. And then we recently created a less than 7-minute long video that's a nice summary of why at the moment we have water for smart growth. And that's also posted on our website. And I'm going to skip this last one. We have been struggling to find engineers, and I was worried that this was going to blow up into some developers complaining to governing body members, but I think we're on top of it. So hopefully you won't hear about it, and I didn't need to mention it, but it's in the packet material. So that's why that's there. And with that, I will stop sharing and stand for questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions for Mr. Roach? I see Councillor Cassett's hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a question. I just wanted to say thank you so much for that video. I really appreciate it. That's something that is, whenever constituents ask me about water, I always say I do not have the knowledge that Jesse Roach does. So let me see if I can get some information from him before I say something that is incorrect. So you putting that out as a resource is really helpful. And so I'm really grateful that we have that to send out to constituents when they do have questions. So I just really wanted to thank you for that. And that was all.
Thank you. I have a question, if I may. The slides quite correctly focus a lot on how much water we're producing and how much water we're consuming or using. Could you just augment a little bit the role of conservation and how you and your team continue to focus on that as our, in my mind, first line of defense, if you will, against drought, and how we get the word out to people and inform people what the Eye on Water app does for people. Just take this opportunity to put in a little bit of a plug for water conservation, if you would.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think you just did an excellent job with it. I will say in that video that we're mentioning, it's essentially a 20 slide, and each slide is 20 seconds long story. And when I delivered it in person, I got to the place where I basically say, in the last 25 years, our total water demand has dropped by 33%, even while we've added 25% more population served. And I showed a graph that showed that essentially the amount of water that you might attribute to each person has been cut in half. And everybody started clapping, and I wanted to stop and say, yeah, that's right. Pat yourself on the back, clap. This is an amazing story. Conservation, but the slides just kept going, so I had to just keep talking while everyone was clapping. But it was a great sort of moment and reminder of how much work has been done in this community towards conservation, and that's where we always start. It's the first thing we do, and it always will be the first thing we do, and it has been incredibly successful. And so we have a separate website called Save Water Santa Fe. I encourage anyone who's listening and interested to go there to learn more about the incredible conservation efforts that we have achieved in the last 25 years. They are remarkable, and they continue to be what we lean on.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments on our water presentation? Thank you for being with us. Much appreciated. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you could take us to the first item that was taken from the consent agenda, please.
Yes, that's item C. It was request for approval of a memorandum of understanding or an MOU between the City of Santa Fe and New Mexico Main Street Urban Neighborhood Commercial Corridor Initiative for Airport Road. Elizabeth Camacho was available for this item, and it was Councilor Chris Rivera that pulled to this.
Very good. Let me entertain a motion and then I'll turn the floor over to Councilor Rivera.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion to approve. There's a second, and Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Liz Camacho on? I don't see her. I assume she
I
is.
see Mr. Brown. Maybe, I wonder if she is, there's Mr. Brown. Is Liz in the attendees room, or is Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, you here to answer some questions on this project?
I wasn't at the moment, Mr. Mayor, but I'm sure I can, and I'll try to text Ms. Camacho. I thought she was online, but I'm ready, Councilor Rivera, if you have some questions.
All right. I was hoping Liz was around for this, and she'd been involved in this from the beginning.
Yeah.
Just hope that you can give us all a little understanding of what this means for the Airport Road corridor area, and how long of a process it's been.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I think there's two answers to that question. I'll take the first one. So we worked with a group of folks who started out to apply for this grant. It's called a Main Street Urban Corridor Grant for Airport Road. And I don't know the exact length of the Airport Road distance, but I think it's the whole Airport Road from the end to probably up to Rafina. And there's a group of folks locally who are working on the grant that's been awarded to them. And so we are partnering with them after they've created a sort of placemaking plan. And so it'll be a mix of community engagement, business engagement. We're asking them to work on creating business associations. They're also looking to work with immigrant businesses, and our department will be a support function with them. But mainly they will work first with the Main Street program, just a state program. They'll work with them first, and then we will join in once that plan is put into place.
All right. And how long has this process taken? Do you know?
We were awarded they were awarded the grant about 6 months ago, and so we are still in the process of gathering all the actual participants, and the Main Street program director is working with them directly now. And so it'll probably be another, I'd say 3 months before we'll see some action plan out and about. But that's kind of the timing that's happening so far.
And can you name some of the city partners, including the state, that have helped with this grant process? Do you have those available?
Yeah, so it's just been the City of Santa Fe Economic Development that's helped them on the city side. But Miguel Acosta from Earth Care was the lead who put the grant together, and actually on his own was able to win the grant. So we helped in the beginning, but Mr. Acosta was really the lead on this project, and he was actually the star of the show to get this grant in place. But we have been working with them and partnering with them. So now that the grant is in place, we are now taking a partnership, and Ms. Camacho is the person who is working on it. So I see her in the waiting room, so she might be able to add a little bit more color if Alex can let her in.
Yes, sir. Just promoting her now.
Perfect timing.
Perfect time.
Ms. Camacho, I don't know if you heard the questions, but Councilor Rivera is interested in some more context and more of the partnerships, more of the evolution of this project. If you could fill us in.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Weber. Thank you, Councilor. I think some more of the details is basically we have two different projects, the Silo Rufina and then the Southside projects. I think we've come into both of them with certain aspirations in terms of when we filled out the application, very much in the Silo Yard area. A lot of things are there of wanting a lot of aspirations to be more of an art district, perhaps. And we've had one meeting in that area. I think one of the things that we've seen is there are some basic concerns such as perhaps some lighting and security kinds of issues. So I think it's an organic process, and we're going to get input on what direction we should take, and the Main Street programs will help us out. Southside Initiative, we've also had our first meeting there. Councilor Garcia was at the meeting. If he'd like to talk a little bit more about that, he can give us an update. It was really interesting because it was a bilingual meeting, and really we had some key topics that we wanted to discuss, and they were much more interested in kind of the asset mapping and the land use, the transportation, and so we had buckets already that we had started, and so each one kind of has different directions, but both of them I think is really about the development of the districts. And please, Councilor Garcia, if you'd like to add to it.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho, and I definitely could add or enlighten a little bit more about it. And I believe both Councilor Rivera and I were in attendance at the meeting. As you said, there was many people there from different facets of government, of life, many community members. And, you know, when you think about a Main Street program for the area, you think about development of a street, right? But it's, like you said, it's more of a overall development of a whole area. And how does the development, not only from housing standpoint to economic development to quality of life, it's just a complete envelope and everything. And so I believe that Earth Care and the groups that are involved with this are taking the bull by the horn, so to speak, are including community members, people who are of leadership in the city, people who are of leadership in our district. From State Representative Serrato was there. And, you know, again, everybody's interested in the overall development of the area. And I think that's the direction that needs to be taken. And light needs to be shed on, you know, what aspect can all the groups bring to the table to create an area that is really has the potential to thrive tremendously. And so I think that is just a little bit of my 2 cents. Maybe Councilor Rivera can also speak to that. But the bilingual aspect of it all was very, very interesting. And it was very nice to have so many people interested in being involved. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, back to you, sir.
Thanks. I was sitting next to Ms. Camacho. I guess I didn't leave that good of an impression. Just kidding, Liz. There are many partners on this, including the state. As Councilor Garcia, state reps were there, members of the community as well. So how many more meetings will there be that will involve community input, and how do they get more information if they want more information?
We have not set up of how do we get more information at the moment. At the moment, I think we've started compiling, we have the stakeholders, but we need to start getting much more of not necessarily stakeholders in terms of wanting to be involved in everything, but community, as in if you're interested in events and giving input. And so I think that's definitely something that we need to start developing and thinking about how do we do that. I don't have that at the moment. I mean, you can contact me, Elizabeth Camacho at Economic Development. But yeah, that's an excellent point. And I think that's something, and I know that the next meetings that we want to have is going to be first stakeholders to think about what are the assets, what are the different buckets, and how are we going to do the future meetings? Do we want to have 3 big meetings? Do we want to have 1 all-day meeting? And those are all topics that we still have to discuss.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I wanted to add that keep in mind that the state Main Street team is actually driving the first part of this process, and then we come on board. So Ms. Camacho will have to connect with the Main Street team to make sure we understand the sequence of how that all starts to happen. But it is the Main Street group that actually starts the process before we actually will be able to start our public engagement piece of it.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to make sure the public was aware of this, that they understand that it's not something that's already set in stone, that there is opportunity for more discussion, and I hope more people participate. And it's a great thing. I especially want to thank Miguel Acosta. I know he worked hard on this, and we'll be assisting with the process from here on out, but you know, he did a good job with that, and hopefully we can move forward and do some really good stuff here in the Airport Road area. Thank you, Ms. Camacho. Thank you, Director Brown. I don't have anything else, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Good to flesh it out. Any other questions about the memorandum of understanding on this project? Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merward,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yeah.
Mayor Weber.
That was a yes.
Okay. Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liz, for the help. Appreciate your coming by and giving us that update. Madam Clerk, the next item that was removed from the consent agenda.
Yes, the next item is item H. It was removed by Councilor Lee Garcia. He noted it was to recuse himself from this vote. So Councilor Garcia, I will place you in the waiting room at the appropriate time. That way you don't have to log on and off. Mayor, I'll read the caption. It's request for approval of 4 professional service agreements with Broadway Motor, L. Garcia Enterprises, Redburn Tire Co., and Southern Tire Mart for new tires, retread tires or services for a 4-year term in the total amount of $880,000. And Lawrence Garcia from ESD is our maintenance manager on this item.
Thank you. I think Councilor Lee Garcia will excuse you on this item, and then we'll take it up. Very good. Let's get a motion, and then we'll entertain questions. Is there a motion?
For approval.
Councilor Rivera's moved to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
And there is a second from Councilor Chavez. I see Councilor Lindell's hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. This item kind of got past me when it came to finance. I should have pulled it and had a discussion then. I'm not really comfortable with this. I did have a conversation with Councilor Garcia and talked to him about it. When, you know, for me, when I was decided to run for council, in my situation, I was a realtor and I gave up my real estate license. For me, that's what I needed to do. And I'm not really very comfortable having I forget the dollar amount, somewhere in the area of $250,000 contract with a counselor's company. And so I just wanted to discuss this and talk about it. And that's what I need to say about it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions, or is there more? Councilor Lindell, was there a question or just you were commenting on it? Did you want to?
No, I was really just commenting. I think that this is a contract that I believe, and here's the question. I think this is a contract that we've had in place for some amount of time, but it just I'm not really comfortable having contracts with city councilors' companies. So maybe not counselor, but Mr. Garcia could comment how many years this contract's been in existence.
Mayor Weber, members of the governing body, Councilor Lindell. So we have actually been doing service with Garcia Enterprise, who the owner was Lee Garcia's father. And then it was turned over to Mr. Lee Garcia at the end of that contract. So we've done business with them under contract for 4 years. Prior to that, we utilized the state contract and did business with them for 2 years prior to that. This contract is a 4-year term. A lot of what Mr. Garcia's company provides to us is service. There is not a lot of options in the city for that, but basically it was a competitive bid contract. It was put out there, and I'll stand for additional questions.
I'll yield the floor, Mayor. I've made my point.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you for that point, Councilor Lindell. I think we're two of the fortunate counselors, I think, that don't have to work in order to serve as council as counselors. But I think a lot of our colleagues do have to continue to maintain a living in certain areas. And Councilwoman Chavez works with the schools, but we still do a lot of work with the schools. Councilor Michael Garcia has recused himself because of business or funds that were being given to his area in the state that we do work with. So, I do understand your point, but I think it would be a little unfair to our colleagues that still work in other areas and that the city still provides funding to in some way or another. So that's just my 2 cents as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. A couple more hands are up. Councilor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of wanted to echo what Councilor Rivera said. I think that public service is really this beautiful thing, and I think we need to create, make it so that people are encouraged to serve, and some of us do have to play multiple roles just because of how our lives are set up. And on top of that, I know that the company itself, I knew it before I ran, and it has been a loyal contributor to community. And I think the history of serving the community and the city with the company itself had already been there. And so their want to continue and his want to serve, I think, is very respectful, and I think is an example so that we could continue getting, whether working or retired or moms or dads or whatever it may be, to be in public office. I think that's how we get better representations of our population of communities. And those are the public servants that we need. So I think we need to keep that in mind, especially the history of the company itself.
Thank you. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, so I'll echo what my colleagues had mentioned. I guess, one thing that I guess brings comfort to this particular matter or this item is that these contracts were in place years before Councilor Lee Garcia came on board with us. And I don't see that as a conflict. It's unfortunate, this wasn't brought up when, other items, let's for example, agreements with the Boys and Girls Club. Folks didn't see a challenge with that. So I think we can't pick and choose. We're a very small city. There's sometimes going to mix. And as long as folks are acting in an ethical manner, we should be respectful of folks' decision, whether they want to continue business with the city that was prior to a member coming on board, or believe. I think that's up to the individual, and as long as there's not any laws being broken, then we should respect that member's wishes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, you have your hand up again, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a question for Mr. Lawrence Garcia. Recently driving by Quinn Tire, I noticed that they recently went out of business, which I didn't know about, but is there anybody else, maybe Direct Tire, that provides tires for larger trucks?
Mayor Weber, members of the governing body, and Councilor Rivera, the majority of the tires that are purchased out of Albuquerque. As I stated before, Lee Enterprises or Garcia Enterprises, the majority of the work that they do for us is service. We do buy some large tires from them, although the majority of our trucks are utilizing retread tires, and those are tires that they put new tread on old tires, old casings. And there is nobody in Santa Fe that sells those tires. There is no contracts available through the state purchasing agreement, which includes those retread tires. So the majority of the tires are purchased out of Albuquerque. There is 2 vendors that were bidded for this contract also that we would be purchasing those retread tires from. And the only tires that we're purchasing new are from our steer tires, which we can purchase from all 4 vendors.
And what about the service to put the tires on? I guess I assume that's what you're talking about, that Garcia Tires would do for you?
Yeah, Mayor Weber, members of the governing body, and Councilor Rivera, there are some options. There are minimal options. There is some companies I think in Pecos and Espanola and in Albuquerque that provide service for tires. There is some additional cost to bring somebody from Albuquerque, as they will charge you from portal to portal, as they say. So they're going to charge you an hourly rate to drive to Santa Fe and to drive back to Albuquerque, including the cost of the time it takes to do the remove and replacement of those tires. So it wouldn't be very feasible to bring people out of Albuquerque, Espanola, or Pecos to do that service for us. I think that the market for tires right now is difficult, and even the labor force that they have for tires, just like every other industry now with the pandemic, people are having a hard time. And so some of those issues would drive the coverage, and some of those Albuquerque companies want to come out on a Saturday. So we lose the flexibility of the Monday through Friday. And when you get a nail in your tire, it doesn't wait till Saturday. You got to fix it today. Otherwise, that truck doesn't operate. So it is invaluable that we have Garcia Tire or Garcia Enterprises under contract. It is a positive for the city.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I really appreciate your describing this, because I do think the most important thing for everybody is to understand the terms and the value of this agreement. And I also think in general, when you're dealing with these kinds of issues, transparency and utmost availability of information that's what the public expects. Can I just get one thing clarified, Lawrence, if you could? There are different agreements in this overall agreement. We've got a number of different companies that are named as participants, and the total amount is $880,000. Can you just give us an idea about how that $880,000 total amount breaks up among the different firms that are mentioned in the agreement?
Mayor, members of the governing body, They're pretty well close. I mean, so there's two companies that for the 4-year term are at $200,000. There are two companies that are at $240,000. Basically, it is based off of the availability. So when we look at right now, we had a current contract with Bill Williams Tire Center, and the majority of the tires that we have on the trucks meet their specifications. So even if we decided to change a certain section within our division, we're going to spend some money to do that. So the breakdown was pretty much based on some of those ideas. I mean, the City of Santa Fe Environmental Services, we utilize about $236,000 a year. The tire market is really uncertain right now. Sometimes there are not contractual tires available. So, you know, this dollar amount that we're putting forward, we may have to revisit you and request amendments to these contracts. So as the contracts say, this is basically a guesstimate.
Right.
We are not required to spend the total amount with any one company, but the way the market is going for tires in fiscal year 22, we had to purchase tires that were not contractual tires, which cost probably 50% more than what a contractual tire cost.
Right.
So based on the market, I mean, we may have to come back to you and increase that dollar amount. Hopefully, we will not. So that's pretty much where we are.
Thank you. I really appreciate the thoroughness of your response. I was going to ask you if the market for tires was flat, but it sounds like it's more inflated. Any other questions? No? Any other smiles? Any jokes? Nothing. Okay. If there are no other, thank you very much. There are no other questions, no other concerns. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Mayor, before I do that, Councilor Rivera's hand is up, so I just want to confirm.
Councilor Rivera, your hand, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Please
yes.
call the roll on the motion then.
Yes, Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
No.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Merriworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Can you readmit Councilor Lee Garcia to our meeting? And thank you, Lawrence Garcia, for a really clear presentation and answering all our questions. And Madam Clerk, the next item I believe is 10A.
You are correct. The next item is 10A. It's an action item on our discussion agenda. It's request for approval of a fiscal year 22 budget adjustment resolution, a bar in the amount of $15,049,631 for the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA grant. We have several directors available for this item, including Director Mary McCoy, Rich Brown, Kira Ochoa, and Regina Wheeler.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve this item.
Second.
And there's several seconds. Madam Clerk, did you get this first second? Did you get a name on the first second?
I saw Councilwoman Villarreal with the second, but I could be mistaken. Is there someone else?
No, I think you got it right. Thank you.
Okay.
There were follow-up seconds as well.
There was.
So we have a motion on the floor. I think before we go to questions from the council, Director McCoy, do you want to give us a quick recap of the bar and the ARPA requirements and how this fulfills them? Just kind of recap where we are with our ARPA allocations, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, councilors, tonight before you, you have a budget adjustment in front of you for a vote for the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act grant that the city has received. for a little over 15 million. This budget adjustment proposed tonight is for the current fiscal year to allow us to begin procurement and legal eligibility verification for each of these projects that are presented in the packet this evening. As I mentioned, the city is proposing to allocate 15 million for the American Rescue Plan grant funding received from the U.S. Department of Treasury. The city's plan allocates almost half of our 15 million or 6.9 million to address our community health and safety, including various different programs such as the expanding the guaranteed income program, support for our community mental health, cash assistance, providing housing support and solutions for across the housing spectrum. In addition, the city plans to allocate about a little shy of 30% or 4.3 million to economic health priorities, including support for the city's small businesses, job training programs, and direct support for our nonprofits. The city's plan does allocate about 7.6% or a little over $1 million to children and youth support services, including expanding childcare capacity and the creation of a college and career youth work corps. The city is going to allocate a little over 11% or 1.7 million to fund public infrastructure projects that include an expansion of the public Wi-Fi and improvements to our parks and trails system. In addition, the city is authorized to spend about 10% on direct administrative support, but we have elected to spend about 6.6 million or just under 6.6% rather, or just under 1 million to fund administrative expenses to manage the $15 million ARPA grant. That being said, these different categories were in direct response to the community engagement that Director Ochoa and Director Brown led us through in coordination with Cerise Consulting. That a community engagement was presented earlier in the year, and where we did learn that the community's priorities for this 15 million did fall into those categories. With that, Mr. Mayor, we do have my colleagues are on the call as well to answer any of the councilors' questions regarding this budget adjustment.
Thank you. We do have department heads who are available and other folks with expertise in each of the areas to which the dollars are proposed to go. Are there questions or comments from the City Council governing body members? Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everybody involved for working through this process, the community engagement process, all the department directors that had to make some tough decisions on how to allocate this influx of one-time resources. I think this is, as I've mentioned, when we knew we were going to get these resources, this is a great investment opportunity in our city. And thank you for everybody working on this to make diligent choices on how to incorporate the best supports we could for our city. I just have two simple questions. I guess they're pretty simple. The plan given is broken out into project titles. And so my first question is in regards to the Solutions for Unsheltered plan. Does this $1 million, is it going to be allocated to cover costs of the sanctioned homeless camps that we had been talking about?
Thank you. Director Ochoa, would you, I think, there you are. I think that might be headed your way, or City Manager Blair, do you want to respond?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I do not want to respond, but I know that Director Ochoa is having some difficulty, some technical issues right now. And so I would ask if we could pause in responding to this question from Councilor Garcia related to the encampments and allow Director Ochoa a little bit of time to get back onto the meeting.
Sure, absolutely. I can't stall too much because the next question I have is, it's probably directed at Director Ochoa as well. So,
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for the question, Councilor Garcia.
The $1 million for solutions to unsheltered homelessness, yes, that is to help us look at sanctioned encampments, if indeed that is a viable solution to unsheltered homelessness. We have a process that we need to undertake with community engagement. We're undergoing that process in terms of evaluating potential sites. But part of those funds would go to cleanup of existing encampments, support for a nonprofit partner. You brought up the very good point during the quality of life meeting, Counselor, that we needed robust wraparound services to make this work. And so we're really exploring that. And that is a little open-ended as we work with our community partners to define how we can make this work best, if indeed that is viable.
Okay, thank you for helping to clarify. I just wasn't at the Finance Committee hearings, and that was a question I had after the fact, and I figured just pose it now. Second question is, I guess a little more simple as well. This one's the affordable housing support for the $2 million for the purchase or supporting the purchase of the Lamplighter Hotel. And I'm kind of trying to go back off of my recollection of when we went through the process to use CARES Act fund to purchase Santa Fe Suites. And my recollection kind of reminded me that we held a public hearing on that. And we're not kind of doing that with the ARP fund process in regards to allocation of resources. And so I guess my question is twofold. Is there going to be a public hearing potentially for the allocation of this resource? Or I guess, and the secondary is that for any of these resources, or are we just given the approval now? And for example, like with Lamplighter, when Santa Fe Suites was purchased, I seem to remember that we had a public hearing and constituents coming to give their support and feedback on the matter. And so is that in the plans, or any clarification you can help with, Director Ochoa? That would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the funds for this project are actually going into the Affordable Housing Department. And I don't know if Director Ladd is on the call to answer that. I can do my best if she's not, and perhaps Director Brown.
She just popped on. She anticipated this question coming her way.
Thank you.
So Director Ladd, you want to respond to the way in which the Lamplighter project is being structured and why it is, how it is different or the same as what we've been doing with, or what we did in the case of the Santa Fe Suites project? If you could take the question.
Mr. Mayor, I wish my memory worked. Remembering that far back, I can barely do that. I think, I guess, Councilor Garcia, I'm not sure if this is a process question or whether this is a specific question about how the Lamplighter was recommended by staff to be prioritized for funding.
Director Ladd, it's more of a process question. I think the selection, completely understand that. I think it's just more of a process, just because I know there had been talks about purchasing this property, and now as we're moving forward, I've been receiving communications from constituents saying, hey, with their feedback. And, I would like to let them know, well, there's going to be an upcoming hearing on this. Come voice your opinion on the matter. Or I didn't know if that's not going to happen. I just wanted to see if we're following that same process, or tonight we were approving it and the constituents didn't have that public hearing opportunity.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I believe, and if somebody with better memory can chime in and help me with the process for the CARES Act, I believe, as I think everyone does remember how truncated that timeline was, and we had to move really, really quickly on those funds. I believe that we presented a list of the funding recommendations that the governing body approved. I don't believe we had a public hearing on any specific project. Because this is not the city purchasing the property, it doesn't really fall under the guidelines for that kind of project. It's we're just subsidizing and closing the funding gap to make the purchase possible. And I know for the ARPA funds, we did something we didn't do with the CARES Act funds, which is have that public comment process back in November or December. And affordable housing was one of the higher priorities.
Okay, just thank you so much, Director Ladd, for helping with that. I just wanted to make sure if somebody reached out and said, hey, I read about this in the paper, how do I give opinion? So thank you for clarifying. I think kind of fully understand how we're moving forward with this. Again, just want to thank everybody that was involved through this process. I mean, I'm glad we took our time and we worked through the process diligently, because it is an investment in our community. And I think, great projects that are going to be covered in these ARP funds. And I think one of the projects I'm super excited about is the College and Career Youth Workforce Corps. I mean, this is something I had brought up to Mayor Weber, and I think there's great opportunity for us to be able to work with our youth to be able to expand their knowledge and skill set to enter the workforce. And so I'm just, looking forward to supporting our youth in that manner. I think this is a great opportunity for us. With that, thank you again to all the directors and everybody involved. No other questions, Mr. Mayor. I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions or comments about the bars in support of the ARPA project? I would just say, building on what Councilor Garcia just said, it's worth noting that in a very positive way, the fingerprints of just about every member of the city council is on these allocations. The childcare piece, which is a $900,000 allocation, Councilor Cassett advocated for very strongly. The work on the south side with Wi-Fi and outreach to folks who need access to technology. Our councilors in District 3 and District 4 were very vocal about making sure that there's equality of opportunity with technology. Councilor Garcia is right, this point about getting young people work ready and skilled up, something he's advocated for. The work on homelessness cuts across everybody on this governing body. The effort to try to think differently about encampments, Councilor Lindell, Councilwoman Villarreal have been very outspoken on. So this really is a community effort to use these funds strategically and with investments in areas where we have serious community need. And some of it is social policy, some of it is economic policy, and some of it is that beautiful overlap where economic and social policy come together. I think it was Bill Clinton who said the best social policy is a job, and there's social policy and economic policy on both sides of the ledger. So I really want to extend my gratitude to everybody on the council for their input, and to our department leaders and Mary McCoy and her team in finance for bringing this package forward. I think it really does speak to our community needs. Any other questions or comments before we go to a vote? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Marwood,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you for the presentations and for the answers to the questions. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on the agenda, B?
Yes, item B is consideration of a resolution extending the duration of the mayor's emergency proclamation issued on April 25th, 2022 by 40 days, expiring at noon on June 6, 2022. This is pursuant to section 20-1.3C SFCC 1987 and Attorney Erin McSherry is available for this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second, please?
Second.
And there's a second from Counselor Cassett. Counselor Michael Garcia made the motion to approve. City Attorney McSherry, do you want, Counselor Rivera's hand is up, but I wondered if you wanted to do a quick highlight the changes to this particular version of the proclamation, and then we'll go to Counselor Rivera.
However, counselors, I'd be happy to. And I think probably everyone's noticed they're getting shorter, thankfully. As hopefully that means things are changing for the better. But there are still a number of things we've retained and a few things that have been modified. Some of the things that have been retained, the declaration of emergency itself does allow us to meet remotely like we are right now. Under the city's laws, we don't meet remotely unless there is this type of a declaration in place. There's direction to the city manager to transition to more in-person services in a safety conscious manner. So that's a continuing directive. Vaccination for new employees and up-to-date boosters is a continuing directive. Either vaccination or testing for continuing employees is a continued directive. The questionnaire for both the public and employees upon arrival in city facilities is a continuing directive or continuing order. A continuing directive to the city manager is to continue working on an updated encampment strategy, and the water shut-off moratorium is a continuing order. A couple of changes are a directive to the Community and Economic Development Department and Community Services Division to host additional support clinics for local residents facing housing security, and for my office, when appropriate, to hold additional legal clinics. I am continuing to review some of the proposals from local advocates for housing. I'm going to meet with legal aid this Friday to go over some of those proposals and see if we want to investigate local ordinances on those subjects. And it increases the level of encouragement to local landlords to seek housing funding from the state, given that the New Mexico Supreme Court's order on evictions expires for the County of Santa Fe on June 1st.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is either for you or Mr. Blair, but why are we continuing with this when really everyone else in the state is opened up again to regular business pretty much?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, thank you for that question. I don't know that we've thought about this in terms of sort of trying to do what's right for other communities. We've tried to stay focused on what's best for us. Part of that for us has been a driving factor around an expectation that we do see cases going back up. We've seen, particularly on the East Coast, both Philadelphia and New York City take significant steps to try to curb new waves. Anecdotally, I don't have hard numbers for you, but we have seen, at least within the city of Santa Fe staff, an uptick of cases over the last few weeks. Not to the levels that we've seen in other times during the pandemic, but so we feel as though we are juggling both fatigued public that's ready to be back in person with some indication that case numbers may be going back up. How those cases are handled, or the nature of those cases, we think may be different. Maybe fewer people going into hospitals, but more people who are contagious. Without people wearing masks right now, we're seeing an increased burden of the number of close contacts we have to make. So when someone is now, 2 months ago, 3 months ago in January, when somebody tested positive, they'd been wearing a mask and were less likely to have had close contacts. Now we're seeing when an employee tests positive, our HR staff are having to notify 10, 15, 20 people to say, you need to go get tested. You need to make sure you're quarantining, and following our quarantine protocols. So we don't view this as sort of like we're the last out of the gate. If anything, I think we believe very strongly that we're taking a very measured and deliberate approach to both ensure the safety of the governing body, the safety of our staff, the safety of the public who attend the meetings. And we're trying to thread that needle. And it may sometimes appear a little clunky, and I apologize for that. I think COVID is actually Latin for clunky. But that's just sort of, so we think we're being deliberate and intentional in the pace that we're taking. So that was probably a little bit longer than you expected, sir. I apologize for the duration, but that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Let me just, Counselor, can I weigh in just a bit?
Sure.
I promise to be brief, because I think your question is very apt, and it does reflect kind of the period we're in right now, where in other cities, we've seen people take mask requirements off and then put them on again, as we continue to try to track how this disease is changing and morphing. I do think it's safe to say, and I think it's important to note, we are on a track toward bringing the city council meetings back into all of us being in the same room, which I miss, and having the public have a hybrid option, opening up our facilities with due caution, but with a respect to the public's desire to have physical access to their city services. Most of the people who are our city employees, of course, have never stopped coming to work on a regular basis, if you do just on a percentage basis. But the public is, I think, very eager to say, we want a more return to the way it used to be. And we want that too, but not in a way that would jeopardize people's health, because this thing continues. I think there's a notion that COVID's over. COVID is not over. It continues to change on us. And so we're taking it cautiously, but moving forward toward reopening, as I think you suggest we ought to. Back to you, Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I don't think COVID's over, but I think it's being treated a little better. The medications that they're giving now when you get COVID, I think are doing wonders, I think. And really just want to know if there was any communication with the hospital regarding how many cases they have and how many hospitalizations they have. Is kind of what was driving us in the first place.
Right.
It's not burdening our hospital.
Kira, if you're still on the call, Kira, I see your name on the quiz board. You do a lot of coordination with our partners in this ongoing COVID effort. Do you have any late breaking news from our friends at the hospitals or public health agencies about what they're seeing with people coming for treatments or rate of vaccination and booster?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, the numbers in the hospital are down, and that is very encouraging. The treatment that you mentioned is very effective. It's not as widely available to all members of our city and community as we would like to see it be. Sort of equity of access to those treatments continues to be a bit of an issue. And in terms of our overall positivity rate in Santa Fe County, I think we're still at a higher rate than we want to be, although things are getting better. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. We haven't met as frequently with the coordinating group because things are getting better. I think we can say they're getting better for sure, but we just have taken a bit of a cautious approach, I think, in the emergency proclamation right now.
I think so. Did you want to have the city attorney respond? Because her hand is up as well, Councilor.
Not yet. I wanted to make a comment to Ms. Ochoa. My mother-in-law was in the hospital less than a month ago. They released their last COVID patient, made a big announcement about that, and had a little reception line for the last COVID patient. And then they said they were closing their COVID unit. Did they reopen that unit?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, no, they didn't open the unit again. It's closed.
All right, and then I do have a question for Ms. McSherry about, I think it was probably midway through maybe last year. The state, I think, lightened up on some of their restrictions. And at that time, you told us that we were in a position where we had to meet again based on, I don't know if it was IPRA or what it was based on, but what's changed from, what happened when we tried to meet I don't know if it was 8-9 months ago.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I think at some point last year, we anticipated we wouldn't be extending emergency orders, and then I think things got worse again. So if we don't have an, under the current city code, we need an emergency order in place in order to meet remotely, in addition to the Open Meetings Act requirements. There is legislation right now it's going through our legislative process to reconsider that limitation, which is in addition to the state's requirements. I was just going to mention that the state's emergency order is still in place. It's one of the reasons we have to report cases within 4 hours. And it's also what requires masks in certain healthcare settings and a few other settings in the state. So we are still subject to that order declaring an emergency. And that impacts our HR department and how they report all the cases that they've been getting recently and how they've been treating our close contacts.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for our public and our constituents and people that try to go in and do work at City Hall, and see your kids at school and masks are optional if they're going to school, and here we're still being really restrictive, I think, on who's coming back to work and how we're operating. So I've received several questions and comments on it, and hard for me to really understand why. So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I would just, speaking for myself, one of the factors we've been confronting is this issue of moratorium on people being evicted. And we're trying to work or calibrate our response to that issue with what the Supreme Court is doing, what the state is doing, what the resources are that are available. I think it's partly a function of the after effects of COVID that we're now dealing with. I think Dr. Fauci just said yesterday or today that we're moving from pandemic to endemic situation, and that means we're with this for the duration, and we've got to temper ourselves to changing conditions. I think extending this this time may well take us to the point where we know more effectively what our strategy is going to be going forward. We're going to be returning to meetings of the governing body in person, and hopefully seeing the rates go down. We still have young people who are for whom a vaccination is not available, and who may be very susceptible to this disease. So we're also mindful of folks who have young children, trying to make sure we respect their families' well-being. But Councilor Rivera, I think your point's well taken. We're on a path, hopefully, toward something the public will feel comfortable with and also stay safe with.
Yeah, I did have one more question, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Mihalcik approached me about a week ago to ask me if our next Public Works meeting could be a live meeting as a way to kind of test how it's all going to work. This declaration extends to, I think, May 10th. So is that now off the table, Ms. Mihalcik, or is that still something we're thinking about doing?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, we are still working towards coming back in person. So the intent is still to have an in-person meeting of Public Works on May 9th and then governing body on May 11th. Also, just to clarify, I think the new order is in effect until June 10th, but also Attorney McSherry has her hand up. So Aaron, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add.
If I could, Mayor, Councilor Rivera, the order allows us to meet remotely, but it doesn't require us to meet remotely. So it's got to be the combination of both an emergency order and difficulty and or impossibility in order to meet remotely.
All right, so this order does extend to June 10th?
The order is currently in place through tomorrow, but the resolution would extend it through June 5th, I think. It
says 6th in the title.
6th. Okay, it will be a Monday. Yes, 6th, that's right. Yep.
Okay, so we would still be okay based on the city manager's recommendation to meet live on the 9th or to continue remotely?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Roberta, that's right. So that I think, even though we have we could meet remotely if the city manager finds that it's difficult or impossible to meet in person. I think at this point, the assessment is still that it is no longer difficult or impossible to meet in person, starting on that week.
On the week of May 9th?
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate what we've been reiterating for a while about the encampment situation. Since we're allowing encampments, I would like to stress the urgency of staff to come up with a plan. And I'm not saying the plan as in the encampment possibilities to have a sanctioned encampment and also continuing to support Built for Zero. But I think that we need to put a plan in action of how we're going to tackle the encampments this summer, given that we have a high level of fire danger. We're getting more, as we see the monsoon season, we know that that's dangerous for people that are in encampments in the arroyo areas. And we want people in encampments to be able to get the services they need. And then more people are going to be outside in our on our trails and such. So I'm curious if there's a plan, even if it's a short-term plan, of how we are going to handle this for the summer season.
Thank you. Director Ochoa, you lit up your square to answer that question, I take it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, this is the #1 priority for the Community Health and Safety Department, for community services, for public safety. And I mean, we have a few #1 priorities. I should qualify that, but it is of top priority. And we are working very actively with our community partners, as I alluded to in answering Councilor Garcia's question, on identifying a nonprofit partner or more than one that can really help us support, if we go the direction of a sanctioned encampment, support that encampment so that we can say, no, you can't camp here on city property anymore. That is really the goal. It's not sustainable, but we don't want to return back to the bad system that cost a lot without solving the problem that we had before. So we are in this inflection point, and we recognize it. It's seasonally, urgent. It's been urgent and it's seasonally urgent. I know members of the public are frustrated. Our teams are frustrated, not being able to offer adequate services. Neighbors are frustrated in some situations, and I'll ask for empathy in acknowledgement of Councilor Chavez's opening prayer, patience with us, and hopefully goodwill, as we really will be hoping to bring you a solution in the next very near future. I would hope we can do so in the next month or so, if not sooner. And I'm rambling, but share your urgency, share the public's urgency, and our team's working hard on it, and hope to have a good solution where we don't just return to the past where we were spending $3.4 million conservatively annually. In many cases, those camps would have popped up 10 yards down the riverbed, and we want to get away from that bad cycle as we go forward as well.
Thank you. Got a lot of work.
Anything else, Councilwoman? Good. Okay. Any other questions or comments about the motion on the emergency proclamation? If not, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Malward.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Casa.
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Weber. Mayor Weber.
Good. Yes. Sorry, I was muted. Apologies.
Resolution has been approved.
Thank you. I noted I note that it is 2 minutes to 7. We have in front of us a series of items, matters from the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, communications from the governing body, variety of legislation to be introduced, final action on other matters. I wonder if there's a motion to move to petitions from the floor now and then resume our regular order after petitions from the floor.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on moving to, now that it is 6:58 and we usually aim for 7 for petitions from the floor, there's a motion to do that now.
Yes. Councilor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. So we'll go to petitions from the floor. I want to note for anyone who's in the attendee room who wishes to take advantage of a 2-minute comment to the governing body, we do have a public hearing at the end. So if you wish to address that matter, why don't you wait for the public hearing? There's also public comment on bills. So if you have a specific bill you want to comment on, you should wait for that. But if this is a general matter you wish to address the governing body for 2 minutes, from in the attendee room, if you would please raise your hand and the clerk will let you in and keep track of the time for us so that we can take your comments at 7 o'clock. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Is Stephanie Beninato?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Glad I got here in time this time as opposed to last time, but it kept saying meeting will begin at 5 p.m. or 5 p.m. last time when I was late to the meeting and it had already ended. Anyway, I do want to bring to your attention that the assistant city attorney, who's the staff to the H board, told the board that conflict of interest only means when you have a monetary gain. If you read the ordinance, it's clear that there's also relationships that are, looked at, scrutinized in terms of conflict of interest and in terms of acting as a quasi-judicial body, which is what the H board does. There is also the idea of a appearance of neutrality. And so again, all those things have to be taken into consideration. I am sure that is why Alan Weber stepped out when a neighbor had an appeal in front of the city council. It wasn't because it was monetary gain, but more probably because of an appearance of bias, either way. And yet Ms. Rios has been told it was perfectly fine to have this chatty, reminiscent type of discussion, which obviously wasn't neutral. And I just think if we're going to have confidence in the boards and that people need to be well trained, because there was also a discussion last night about whether 2 out of 4 is really a majority when obviously it's half, but it's not a majority. And, it was a discussion that I thought was really prolonged. And so I think some training and consistency in the way boards react, and that they do appear to be neutral, and that people step out of meetings when they obviously, it's not just somebody they pass on the street, but they actually grew up with and had birthdays parties with. I think that warrants stepping out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there others in the attendee room who are eager to address the governing body at this time with a 2-minute comment? Madam Clerk, I don't see any other hands.
There are no other hands.
There will be a chance, we should note, for public participation in the other items on the agenda, but if we've completed the petitions from the floor, then we can go back to our regular order, which I believe next takes us to matters from the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, sir. Good evening, councilors. Hope that you're all well. First off, before we get to other matters, I just want to really express my gratitude to all of our department directors, our staff, everybody who's really been working for months on pulling together the data and the data points around the fiscal year 23 budget that you all are considering tonight. It's been a tremendous lift, and the staff has done it with a great deal of patience and integrity and flexibility and in kindness. And so I'm grateful to our entire team, whether they get to speak at these meetings or not, for their contributions to making this all happen. I'm going to flag for you. We have a very exciting hire starting tomorrow. We'll have more information next week, but we have a new deputy city manager whose first day is tomorrow. Leila Urchuleta Mayestas is the woman who will be serving as deputy city manager. She's a native of Santa Fe, grew up in Espanola, has a couple of degrees from UNM, and some really extraordinary work experience. I won't get into all of it now. I'm underselling her a little bit. But she's really extraordinary, and we're thrilled to have her join us here on the team. So we'll have more information for you here very soon about her. And then primarily what I want to talk to you about is the audit. Since I joined the team 3 months ago, we've leaned in very hard about ensuring that the fiscal year 21 audit is completed as quickly as possible. It's done well, done appropriately. And as we all are aware, that hit a big snag. And so more than anything, what I want to convey to you all and to any residents who are listening or watching right now, that I and the staff and the mayor recognize the gravity of this situation and this development. We are taking it with all the seriousness in which it deserves. And I want to convey to you that I am using every tool in my tool belt that I have as city manager to ensure that we are on track to resolve this problem, to get the audit turned in, and to have it be done clean and well and be a document that the public can rely on, and that future audits are all done on time and done correctly. So we are working on that. Part of what I want to convey is sort of a sense of the timeline of what's happened since Monday and where we're headed. We did receive notice via letter from CLA on Monday, I think it was early Monday afternoon, directing us that they were intending to withdraw from their audit engagement with the city. And so that was our first notice. We've had a number of meetings, the mayor and myself, city attorney, with finance staff to get a better understanding of what they knew. Immediate repercussions, long-term effects, what do we need to do, just trying to really be in a position of information gathering to the greatest extent possible. And then from there, we are still in a place that we are waiting for official word from the state auditor himself. We know that he's spoken to some media outlets, put out a press release about sort of his view of the situation, and some, as I've read in the paper, some steps that he will be directing us to do. We're waiting to get official word from him about that. We did, however, get an email from a staffer at the state auditor's office last night directing us to begin the procurement process to bring on a new auditor. And so I'll have a quick update for you about that. The mayor and city attorney and I, right before this meeting, were able to meet with some leadership of the CLA team to begin to understand causes that led them to want to withdraw from the audit, recommendations they have about how we can be doing better around the audit. And so we're I apologize, my asthma's kicking in high gear right now. But so we're sort of absorbing that information and looking to figure out how to put some of those recommendations into practice. As I mentioned, we did get an email from the state auditor's office last night about procurement, directing us to begin that process. The RFP to hire a new state auditor is ready to go. The finance department staff have reached out to the Santa Fe New Mexican to provide what's the required notice to the public about the RFP. We expect that to run in the paper, I believe, either Friday or Saturday or both, but sometime in that time frame right there. And then the RFP for the next state auditor will be posted on Monday. we're posting it for 20 days. We're designated the time period in which is the usual procurement process. Those who are interested in participating and helping us with our audit can ask questions. We have to post those, et cetera, but we're working already as quickly as we can to remedy what is a not very good situation. I want to sort of flag, I think, a couple things, in knowing that you all voted earlier tonight on the bar for ARPA, and that we have a larger discussion tonight around the FY23 budget. And I believe, excuse me, I believe what we're anticipating is at least someone to ask. You know, if we don't know, if the audit's not done, how can we vote on a budget? And there's a couple of reasons around that I want to sort of proactively flag before the debate around the budget begins tonight. The first and foremost is that we're required by law to submit a budget. And so by not getting our audit done right, shouldn't equate with us not getting the budget done right and breaking another law or breaking a law, right? One shouldn't equate to the other. And so I think traditionally the deadline has been June 1st. I don't know under the COVID world if that was extended a little bit, but we are on track right now to have our ducks in a row, assuming a successful vote happens tonight, that we are in a position to turn in our budget on time and comply with that law. So that's one thing. A second thing that I'd sort of flag is that the budget, by and large, is a planning document. It is our intent, it is the city's expression of the financial resources or the priorities that we are identifying for the next year. But at the same time, it doesn't lock us in. We have bars, we have other mechanisms throughout a fiscal year to move money. If we have more revenue than we thought, to move money. If we have less revenue than we thought, to move money, and to have that flexibility throughout the year. And so if the audit isn't done for fiscal year 21, that shouldn't preclude us from passing this planning document for what will be the coming year. And to some extent, you know, while there are unfortunately municipalities all across the state, other governments that are late in their audit, and we're unfortunate to be in that position that we are one of those, all those entities continue to pass budgets and continue to do the work they have to do as well. So as a city government who's not getting its audit act together, we still have to walk and chew gum and pass budgets and keep the city moving forward. And so there's a variety of mechanisms around the necessity for that as we go forward. That's essentially what I wanted to speak about to the audit tonight. I anticipate, again, we are waiting to get some official direction from the state auditor beyond, I think, which is coming beyond what was the email we got from staff last night. We are going to move as swiftly as we can to put the city of Santa Fe on a path towards getting our audits done correctly and giving you and giving the residents of this community the confidence of mind that we are doing well by them with their tax dollars and the revenues that are coming into the city. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have one update on litigation, and that is that our opioid case, which had been consolidated with the multi-district litigation in the federal courts, has been remanded back to state court in New Mexico. So that's big news. We are awaiting answers from the defendants in that case, and we should get them soon. So that is an exciting new step in that litigation. Then I have 2 new staff hires. I'll send out more full introductions as well, but we have our IPRA manager. Her name is Catherine Garcia Gallegos. We got her from the Department of Public Safety, where she was their IPRA and sexual registration manager. So we're very excited about her, and she's gotten off to a running start starting last Monday. And then we have Roberta Howley, who's our new municipal court paralegal, and she's been with the courts for decades. So she had moved to municipal court this year or last calendar year, but she had been with the judges in the first judicial before that for quite a while, and then also a private paralegal. So we're happy to have her on board as well. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Matters from the city clerk.
Mayor, city councilors, just a few quick updates. The first is that our Independent Citizen Redistricting Commission continues to meet almost weekly. We have a meeting tomorrow afternoon, and then we also will have our first community meeting via Zoom on May 10th. And then we are working on dates to travel to different areas in the city for meetings, including the Chavez Center, Southside Library, Downtown Library, and again on Zoom as well. So I will keep you posted with those dates. Sorry, I'm losing my voice and I don't know why. I think maybe John's asthma. Just kidding, John. So I also just wanted to note, and I think I've mentioned this several times, that we're working on our language accessibility study. If any of the counselors would like to provide feedback directly to me about areas that they would like to see translation available, please let me know and email me directly. And then, as Councilor Rivera mentioned a bit earlier, I will be sending out an email with additional information regarding in-person meetings. I've spoken to a few of you briefly offline about what that looks like and measures that we're taking in the council chambers and kind of the overall details for that. So that email will be forthcoming. I also just want to note that I did promise the Fort Marcy staff today when I was working out for lunch that I would remind anybody listening that we are still running a 30% promotion right now for 3 months. So I just want to maintain my promise to Susie over at Fort Marcy and the other staff that are there, and also thank them for always being such wonderful and smiling faces for my Wednesday workouts. So that is all I have.
Thank you. Let's go to communications from the governing body. I'll just do the Hollywood squares going around. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I knew you were going to pick me first.
You're in the
I
upper
just saw
left.
your eyes looking my way.
You're in the upper left-hand corner, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I want to start off with giving a shout out to the Environmental Services Division, particularly Keep Santa Fe Beautiful team and the volunteers for their hard work organizing the Great American Cleanup. I think there was a lot of participants that were out and about picking up trash, doing their community service. And then there was an unfortunate event that did happen when we all were picking up our supplies. And I just wanted to thank city staff for springing into action to support that situation and getting the right people there to be able to ameliorate it. So thank you for that. And I was hoping maybe staff could give us an update via email about when the Charter Commission is going to be activated and what that process will look like and how people can apply. So if you could just give us details for that soon. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassett, you are next on the Hollywood Squares.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to also reiterate what Councilwoman Villarreal said about our staff and all of our community members who took part in the Great American Cleanup this weekend. Really just a very active group out there. Councilor Chavez and I went over to Las Acequias, and it was incredible to see how many individuals were out in that neighborhood. So really wanted to give them a shout out. They were very well organized and really out in full force. We saw lots of bags of trash on the side waiting to be picked up. And then of course saw the environmental services team come around. So I know that that is a big organizational effort. Really want to thank everybody involved in organizing as well as who took part in it. I also wanted to say a happy belated birthday to Councilor Lee Garcia, whose birthday was over the weekend, I believe. And so happy birthday, Councilor. I hope you had a wonderful time celebrating. And I believe that is all for this evening. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's turn the mic over to our birthday counselor, Councilor Lee Garcia. You have the floor, sir. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, it was enjoyable to go out there and be a part of the community. You know, giving back is always part of who I am. And so if we can do that and clean up our city, then so be it. But we had a great day. The winds picked up a little heavy in the afternoon, but we got quite a lot done. So I partnered over with the Southwest Family Advocates and they were adamant, along with the Boys and Girls Club, and they as well were out and about cleaning up the streets in District 3. And so a shout out to them for their continued activity and commitment to our beautiful city. And once again, thank you to all who were involved. And that's what I have. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you, sir. Your next door neighbor is Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you. Am I an X or no in the Hollywood Square? But I guess in seriousness matters, I just want to, give a shout out as well to all the staff, community members, Keep Santa Fe Beautiful for coordinating the Great American Cleanup. I mean, it was fantastic seeing folks work together to make our city beautiful. So thanks, many thanks to everybody. Do want to kind of give an individual shout out to Mr. Brandon Ulabari and his team with Parks. They, as Councilor Garcia mentioned, there were some winds over the weekend. I mean, on Friday, it was felt like hurricane force winds in my neck of the woods. And one of the parks, local parks here, suffered some major tree damage, branches all over the places. And one tree practically split down the middle. And I think first thing Monday morning when the crews were out, they quickly cleaned up the space. So just want to give him and his team proper respect for quickly getting the job done. Just want to remind folks that May is not only Cinco de Mayo, but more importantly, it is Bike Month. Lots of stuff happening for Bike Month. Ride your bike to the rail yard, you get discounts and freebies. There's art bike rides. There's bike shows. There's something called a bike-oo that I'm definitely probably interested. I might partake in. Lots of events happening. And if you don't have a bike, hey, we got you covered. GCCC or Fort Marcy, you can rent a bike. So please get out there on those two wheels, have some fun and be safe. Make sure to wear a helmet. With that, no other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Councilor Signe Lindell, you have the floor.
I'm going to show that kind of enthusiasm for the Finance Committee. It's been a couple of active weeks and a really big commitment of time by the Finance Committee. I want to acknowledge that Councilor Romero Worth in her first outing running that committee and keeping us all herded in the right direction. Did an exceptionally good job. It's very, very hard to manage time with that. And I really appreciate that you did manage the time very, very well. Also, that budget didn't put itself together. That is just an overwhelming amount of work that staff puts in to get that budget done and get it to us. And it doesn't go unnoticed. That's a mammoth amount of work. So thank you to the directors and thank you very much to the people in finance. The budget book this year to me was very understandable and it was well put together. It made the process efficient and meaningful. So thank you very much for that. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to echo what Councilor Lindell said. I was able to pop into finance hearings and listen, and the work you all put in was just amazing. Councilwoman Romero Worth did wonderfully, is very admirable, and just her approach, her respect, her professionalism. So I want to acknowledge her. And the hours that you spent, the thought process, the questions, understanding of perspective and the work that went into that. So I want to shout out my colleagues here that were part of finance and the work that they put in. But I also want to acknowledge the staff. You know, as I reviewed the budget book, which was wonderful, thank you for that. I was thinking about when I would have to deal with budget as a principal, a very small budget in comparison, and it would take months for us to wrap our head around something that small. And so thinking about the magnitude of this and the work that has to go into it and how quickly and still so meaningful it was put together, I have to applaud the staff, directors, and also, you know, I had to go through a similar process where I had to present my budget to leaders who I knew would question and rip it apart, because that's what they have to do, right? Checks and balances. It takes some bravery in that, you know, to know where your heart needs to go within a department and to present it, not knowing what the feedback will be. So I want to acknowledge, you know, the courage that it takes to go through that process. I think we often forget that it's not easy. It seems like we're used to it because we're always talking and, you know, in these meetings, but it's still, you know, it's hard to have what you think is best for your department to be questioned. And, you know, it's necessary, but it is still hard. And I want to acknowledge that. So thank you, staff. Thank you, my fellow counselors. That was a lot of work. I appreciate you for that. I also wanted to thank city staff and Keep Santa Fe Beautiful. I had so much fun with my co-counselor picking up trash. I always enjoy her company though, but it's a great initiative. We saw so many people working and trying to beautify our Santa Fe. And I really appreciate that. It's amazing when you sit back and you see how many community members are willing to put in work to do just what's right for our community. Like, we're so rich in that love for Santa Fe. And I love having those moments where I'm like, wow, how lucky are we? So thank you for everyone who participated. I also was able to go to volleyball opening day, Northern New Mexico Children's Sports League, which is ran by Zeke and Anne-Marie Villegas, had their opening day for volleyball. I wanted to just acknowledge the expansion of this league. So they only did football. They have now expanded this year to do basketball, volleyball, and I believe wrestling. I might be misspeaking, but I know eventually they're also going to have wrestling. They're also going to have track. So they are just expanding as much as possible to address interests of our youth. And that is just so important. And I always say it, you know, we're in that season where we could go to any park and be around community members and see our future engaging in healthy and productive activities. And if you ever need to be recentered, or if you ever need to be reminded as to why we do what we do, just show up at those parks and watch those kids grow. So I wanted to thank them for their work. And I believe that's it, all I have today, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Just checking the date. Friday is birthday. And in celebration, there's going to be a tree planting on the plaza at 1:30. This is a collaboration. This is part of Tree Smart Santa Fe and a number of other, we've got Melissa McDonald in Parks, we've got Charlene Sitton in Environmental Services, Christine Chavez in Water Conservation, Carol Branch in Keep Santa Fe Beautiful, and all coming together to plant a tree for Arbor Day, and part of our Tree Smart Santa Fe initiative, public-private partnership to plant more trees in Santa Fe. And very exciting. So just want you all to know 1:30 on the plaza. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
The right tree in the right place.
That's the motto.
Thank you. And Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also wanted to thank everyone who participated in the cleanup on Saturday. I was fortunate enough to work with all the kids at the Boys and Girls Club. They came with a van and a truckload full of kids, and they had a stack full of bags, and they probably filled them up within an hour. So they made quick work of it and took a big truckload and disposed of it so the city wouldn't have to do it. So just many thanks to all those kids from Boys and Girls Club. And just wanted to, acknowledge what everyone said about the budget and the budget process, and I won't go through it again, but many thanks to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you,
especially the chair, who I think did an exceptional job this year.
Thank you, sir. I just have a couple quick items. I want to set the record straight about the accident and at Keep Santa Fe Beautiful. It was Councilwoman Villarreal who leapt into action. She was crediting other people, but the truth is she was Florence Nightingale, tending to the injury and patching it up and demonstrating first aid skills. And she was very modest just now, saying there was an accident, but she left out the part where she really was the first responder on the scene and did a very, very nice job of reassuring the poor individual who got hurt that everything was going to be okay. And I really was completely in awe of your command of the situation. It was really admirable. I couldn't even open up the Band-Aid package, so thank you for doing that. There was an event on Friday night and Saturday I want to call everybody's attention to, because it is part and parcel of our history, and that is the 20th anniversary of memorializing the Japanese American internment camp that was in Santa Fe. And for anyone who was able to either watch any of that or participate in it, it was incredibly moving. The dramatization that was performed by our residents really tore at my heart to know how people had been unfairly and in a very racist way targeted and have all of their lives uprooted, their property taken away, put into an internment camp and put behind a wall. And history is something we need to learn from. They were reminding us of that history in a way that was not accusatory, but rather simply a reminder that if we're not vigilant, these kinds of biases and anti-human discrimination can crop up at any time. It was moving, it was profound, it was artistic. We are very honored to have the Japanese consul for the West Coast from Denver came down to attend and was in the audience. And I really have to give my respect to everybody who participated, either in putting on the program or in attending and demonstrating concern for that part of our history. So thank you for doing that and for bringing that back to our minds, the front of our minds. That's all I have. It's 7:31. I propose we adjourn for 14 minutes, come back at 1:15. People might want to grab a quick bite to eat, stretch your legs a little bit, refresh. We've got work to do, but I think we're moving forward with a good clip. So if we can break until 7:45 and then come back, that'll be a good stretch for everybody. Thanks, everybody. All right, it is 7:46. I trust everyone had a nutritious dinner with healthy food straight from the farm to your table. Or not. Councilor Romero Worth is smiling at me. Councilor Chavez is licking her chops. Really good, huh? That was a meal. Councilor
My dinner was pretzels, so.
All I had was chocolate ice cream.
I was going to guess vanilla, but okay.
Actually, it was Rocky Road.
All right. Rocky Road. We got pretzels. We got Rocky Road. Any other confessions of nutritional malfunction?
I actually fed myself a real meal today, which I gotta say is like an impressive task for me these days. I had sweet potato with beef with rosemary and garlic and pesto sauce and broccoli, like a proper meal.
Wow, good for you.
Thank you.
Are there any leftovers?
Yeah, I cook once for the week. Are you kidding me? There's plenty of leftovers.
All right. And I suspect Michael Garcia had something really good because he's a cook. He knows how to prepare meals.
It was put together. So it was a team effort, tag team effort between me and my best friend.
I know you. I know that you're a cook. You're a wizard in the kitchen. You're a master chef. All right. I think we're not tonight, maybe another night. Huh? All right. We are, I think, back together again. We have our city manager's square is there, but I don't see our city manager. I assume he's there. And our city clerk and our city attorney. So let us resume. It is 7:48. We're resuming our agenda with item 15A, I believe. Madam Clerk, are you there?
I am. Yes.
Do you want to take us to our next item, please?
Yes, of course. We are on introduction of legislation. The first item is 15A. It's a resolution sponsored by Councilor Mayor Weber. It is a resolution relating to a request for approval of third quarter budget amendments for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. We have Andy Hopkins, our budget officer, available for this item.
Okay. And under our new rules, the person who introduces it can, if he or she wishes to, say something or not, right?
That is correct, Mayor.
Well, let's move on to item B then.
Okay. Item B is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Rivera and Councilor Romero Worth. It's a resolution proclaiming severe or extreme drought conditions exist in the city of Santa Fe, imposing fire restrictions from May 11th, 2022 to June 10th, 2022, restricting the sale or use of fireworks within the city of Santa Fe and prohibiting other fire hazard activities.
And I believe Councilor Rivera and Councilor Romero Worth are the sponsors. Councilor Rivera, do you want to speak to this? It's pretty timely.
I think I've been speaking to it every month, but I think everyone around us sees the importance of it. And if you don't, just watch the news one night. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilor Romero Worth, you want to weigh in on this?
I would just say thank you to Councilor Rivera for bringing this forward, recognizing the importance of doing this months ago. And, with his experience and recognizing that this is something we need to have in place and that we have to do every month under state law. And now it's becoming more critical than ever. So grateful to his leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next item being introduced.
Yes, the next item is item C. It's consideration of a resolution. This is also sponsored by Councilor Rivera and Councilor Lee Garcia. It's a resolution requesting approval of amendment number 1 to a municipal arterial program cooperative grant from the New Mexico Department of Transportation. It's identified as control number L500429. granting a time extension for the planning, design, and construction of Our Freya Street and South Meadows Road intersection improvements.
Councilor Rivera, Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just we've had some issues with easement at this intersection. So this is just extending the time that we can utilize the funding from DOT.
Councilor Garcia, you wish to say a word or two? It's your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as Councilor Rivera stated, there was some issues with easement and put them behind a little bit. And so not necessarily issues, but it took a little bit of time. And so it's a very important intersection that especially with all the development that's happening in the area, and we need to get it right. So thanks again.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item letter D.
Yes, item D is a resolution sponsored by Councilor Rivera and Councilor Lee Garcia. This is a resolution approving amendment number 2 to a municipal arterial program cooperative grant from the New Mexico Department of Transportation. It's identified as control number L500383. This is granting a time extension for the planning, design, and construction of Our Freya Street and South Meadows Road intersection improvements.
Councilors Rivera and Garcia, you have the floor again, sir. Sirs.
Same comment as the item C, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yep.
Lee, you good?
Yeah, same comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, in that case, we can go to E.
Yes, item E is a resolution sponsored by Councilor Rivera, Councilor Chavez, Councilor Michael Garcia, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Romero Worth. It's a resolution allocating 3¼ acre-feet of available water from the city's existing water supply to the Southside Teen Center.
We have a multiplicity of sponsors. Councilor Rivera, do you want to lead it off?
Sure. As everyone knows, the Teen Center is currently under construction. They've broken ground, they're moving dirt. So as part of that, we had to find the available water for it. And Mr. Alan Hook sent out an email today, I think, to all the sponsors explaining how and where it's coming from. So just look forward to this project continue to move forward and eventually being built and starting to serve our youth.
Thank you. Other co-sponsors, just raise your hand and I'll call on you if you wish to comment on this item which you've sponsored and introduced. If not, we can move on to the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
So Mayor, we already did petitions from the floor. At this point, we're moving on to section 17, which is public comment on bills. The first item is 17A. It's consideration of a bill sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Chavez. It's an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Uniform Traffic Ordinance, also known as UTO, creating a new section 5 of Schedule B of the UTO to create the Low Income Financial Equity Life Parking Program. This does allow for public comment. So at this time, if there's anybody that wishes to speak to this, please let me know by raising your hand.
If you're in the attendee room and you want 2 minutes to speak to this bill, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. I do not see any hands, Madam Clerk.
You're correct, Mayor. So would you like me to move on to 17B?
Let's go to 17B, please.
Okay. Item 17B is consideration of a bill sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Cassett, Councilor Chavez, and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's an ordinance amending section 20-4.1 to remove reference to remote participation in governing body or city council standing committee meetings and creating a new section 1-9 SFCC 1987 to allow governing body members to attend governing body and city council standing committee meetings remotely. This is also public comment for this proposed bill. So if there's anybody in the waiting room that would like to speak to this, they can do so.
Please raise your hand and we'll unmute you. If not, Madam Clerk, we can go to the next item, which is 17C.
All right, item 17C is consideration of a bill. This is sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Merriworth, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Lindell, and Councilor Chavez. It's an ordinance amending section 10-5.2 SFCC 1997 to add an enforcement reference, amending section 10-5.3 to add and amend definitions, repealing section 10-5.4 regarding notice, amending section 10-5.6 to clarify to what types of vehicles the junk vehicle ordinance applies, amending section 10-5.8 to update the effective date of the ordinance and allow a 2-year assessment, and amending subsection 14-6.3b to specify vehicle parking and storage requirements.
Once again,
And
if
this is-
someone wishes to raise your hand in the attendee room and give us your thoughts. I see a hand this time, Madam Clerk.
Perfect. There's someone under the name of St. Michael's alumni. So if you could, there you go.
Hello. Hello. I apologize. I'm on the wrong account.
No worries. If you could just state your name for us, that would be
Okay.
wonderful.
This is Miguel Gabaldon, and I'll come back on my correct account for Zoom. I'm just curious about this bill or this ordinance, and hopefully a resolution. I can't remember what it was, but hopefully it addresses not so much junk vehicles, or not limited to junk vehicles, but also just people parking in neighborhoods or leaving cars unattended in neighborhoods for longer than a few days, because right now I believe the ordinance allows them to stay there for 10 days, and it's leading to a public safety issue in my neighborhood, because there's one in a specific area on Alamosa who I'm working with the police department on. But families in that neighborhood who are home alone all day are kind of worried that these people are scoping out the residents for possible other illegal behaviors. So I'll just be tracking this as it goes along, and I'm hoping it can be expanded to address parking on the road if you don't own the vehicle adjacent to a house. So thank you for your time, and I'll adjust my account.
Thank you for your comment and for taking advantage of the opportunity. There's another hand up, Madam Clerk.
Miss Stephanie Beninato.
Yes, hi, Stephanie Beninato. I too would echo Mr. Gabaldon's comments. I have noticed, especially in commercial parking lots near us where there's small neighborhood shopping centers, that there are vehicles that are there for sometimes months on end, and clearly people are living in the vehicles. I'm not actually saying they contribute to crime, but I don't know. It's just something that I've noticed an increase in. I've also noticed that people are in RVs in the park, like at Perez, for example, at the rail park. And again, it's just something that I notice, and that there is a lot more of. Some of it, yes, I could see that sometimes people would be concerned about crime. I don't think I actually am, so much as that you just don't know, you don't have any idea who's actually living in that vehicle most of the time. So in junked vehicles, there's a vehicle in my neighborhood that's been sitting in the right of way forever, and I don't know if it can even be started. but it's not really junked as such, except it's rusting totally out, the body is. And several people apparently have complained about it, but nothing ever happens. And I don't know if this ordinance would apply. And I just have to say that enforcement always seems to be a problem. So there's always these more ordinances or resolutions, and they're never really enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the comments on that item, Madam Clerk. I think we move now to the next item on the agenda.
You're correct, Mayor. Item 18A is final action on legislation. This also has a public hearing component. This is consideration of bill number 2022-6. It's an adoption of an ordinance. This is sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe's Office of Economic Development Plan Ordinance, SFCC 1987, it's section 11-11, approving and adopting a local economic development project participation agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Earth Traveler Teardrop Trailers, LLC. This is for design, development, and construction of tenant improvements, lease payments, and expansion of a manufacturing center and silicone vacuum system. It's a local economic development project.
So this is a public hearing. I'd like to first ask Mr. Brown to give us a overview of what this item entails, and then we'll go to the attendee room, and then we'll come back to the members of the governing body for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is one of our first LEDA Local Economic Development Act projects for the year. And Earth Travelers, we're very excited about it for a couple of reasons. One is that they have actually gone through a series of business acceleration programs that the city has supported. And we're excited about the journey that they've had through COVID into their growth mode. Secondly, I wanted to say that Earth Traveler is a part of this industry cluster that we're looking at as we talk about diversifying our economy. And the outdoor industry has two subsets. One is the immersive economy, which is you think about Ski Santa Fe, and then there's the manufacturing part of the outdoor industry, and they actually work under the manufacturing side. So we're very excited about that fact because they have products that they can sell globally, nationally and globally. And so we are very excited about putting this LEDA project together. My colleague tonight, Max Gruner, is here from the state if anyone has any questions, but we're looking forward to moving forward with this team, and just want to say thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Let's go to the attendee room. If there are folks who wish to comment on this item, testify on as part of the hearing, raise your hand and we'll recognize you and give you the floor. The aforementioned Mr. Gruner. Madam Clerk.
Yes, I just allowed Mr. Gruner to speak.
Wonderful. Council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Max Gruner. I'm sitting in today for Peter Mitchell, whom I'm sure you know and love. He is the state's economic development representative for the northern region, which includes the city of Santa Fe and the county of Santa Fe. So as Rich said, we are so thrilled about this project. And I was really excited when I heard all of the nice words that were stated at the advertisement for the biking. As you know, one of the governor's priority industries is outdoor recreation. And what is really exciting about this project is this is the state's first outdoor recreation manufacturing project that we have been able to support both through state LEDA funds, and then the city council, for your consideration, is also supporting this project through local LEDA funds, and then serving as the fiscal agent for this project. For those councilors who are not that familiar with LEDA, because of the anti-donation clause in the New Mexico Constitution, the state is not able to invest directly into a company. We always have to go through a fiscal agent, and by statute, that fiscal agent is what's called a local government. And so we're always absolutely thrilled to be able to partner with the city of Santa Fe on projects like this. So I will stand for any questions, but if I was on video, you would see the big silly grin on my face. I mean, I absolutely thrilled about this project. And the other thing I will say is the couple who founded this company and the couple that is expanding this company, and I don't know whether they're in the waiting room, but they are just the nicest, sweetest people you can imagine. So on so many levels, again, from the state's perspective, this is absolutely a fantastic project. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else in the attendee room who wants to speak to this item? It is a public hearing. If not, I think we'll come back to the governing body and entertain questions of either Mr. Brown or Mr. Gruner. Questions?
Is a motion in order?
We can take a motion, sir. Sure, certainly.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Now you're right, Counselor. Are there questions now that we have a motion on the floor? I see no hands. That being said, we will ask the city clerk to take a vote. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
I can. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Marworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Brown, Mr. Gruner, for bringing this forward. Looking forward to the flourishing of this industry, this business. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda, please.
All right, the next item is public hearings 19A. It's consideration of a resolution. It's sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Marworth, and Councilor Lindell. It's a resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe's fiscal year 2022-2023 operating budget and organizational chart. This is an item, Director Mary McCoy is available for this item.
I think what we'll do as a order of business, I'll ask our Finance Committee Chair to open up with her thoughts on the budget as she oversaw the Finance Committee hearings, and then ask Director McCoy for a quick overview. We'll go to the attendee room for comments from those in attendance, then come back and do our internal discussion, entertain a motion, and take questions. So Chair Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to take an opportunity to say thank you again to the whole range of folks that we have been thanking. And I just want to acknowledge this is an enormous undertaking. And it reaches from from one side of city government to the other, both across and up and down. I want to thank all the directors and the staff underneath them that have worked to figure out what their department needs are, to figure out how to prioritize, to sift through and bring forward what's needed. I want to acknowledge Councilor Chavez's remarks about how hard it is to come in front of a body like ours. I think we talk about empathy. Let's recognize what that must be like to come in front of us and how intimidating that can be. And I want to thank all the staff for their courage and acknowledge what Councilor Chavez pointed out, which is it's not easy to come forward and defend what you think the department needs and what the city needs. And it's an important piece of this whole process. Want to thank Director McCoy and her team. They have been working nights, days, weekends for months, sifting through, getting people to, understand kind of the push and pull of the budget, where our resources are, how they can be utilized, how they can't be utilized, how to prioritize, how to sift through. I mean, this is enormous work. And so I just want to acknowledge Director McCoy and her team. Also, thank you for everybody who acknowledged the Finance Committee. They have too worked incredibly hard to take this budget as it was presented by the mayor, as is required by ordinance, to the Finance Committee. We had 7 days over several weeks. It's probably something like 21 hours worth of hearings. We had robust discussion. We had many votes on individual parts of the budget, and we asked for more information and really, took a deep dive into this budget and its priorities, and asked people to justify what was being presented here. I also want to thank other members of the governing body who took time to join us, who took part of their time outside of their other jobs to watch us on demand to kind of keep up with things. Again, this is significant work across city government, and I really want to thank the Finance Committee for the work that they put into this. At yesterday's final meeting, as required by ordinance, the annual budget was approved by the Finance Committee. It's here tonight for approval by the governing body. And I want to note that the Finance Committee voted the approval for this budget unanimously, after obviously careful consideration. And then I want to talk a little bit about the budget itself. If you have an opportunity to go back and watch any of those budget hearings, you'll note that our revenues have recovered to pre-pandemic levels. The first day of the budget hearings, there's a very interesting presentation by UNM economist Dr. White. He laid out the mixed economic signals we need to factor into this year's budget. We are exercising caution in several respects, and will continue to adapt the budget throughout the year as a result of the environment in which we are putting this budget together and bringing it forward. Some of the highlights in the way I have seen it of the FY23 budget: make strategic investments to build back city government, its workforce, and our essential services, including money targeted to public safety and first responders. The FY23 budget makes strategic investments to continue creating the spectrum of housing the community requires. It makes strategic investments to increase the level of funding for our land use department so that we can plan for the city we want and need, and to do it without losing our identity. The FY23 budget makes strategic investments to strengthen our economic recovery and economic development planning. And I think very importantly, the FY23 budget makes strategic investments to do the most good for people who need the most help. It also reestablishes the level of funding for art, culture, and history work. This area is funded by lodger's tax and had to be cut fairly dramatically during the pandemic. We're seeing that funding being restored here, and a lot of investment and work being done to revitalize and help our art and culture community. And another really exciting piece of this is we're making strategic investments around our sustainability goals. The Clean Energy Fund which will help Santa Feans reduce their energy costs while lowering the community's carbon footprint, is very exciting new work that we're going to be able to do as part of this budget. So some of the budget, is building into the base work that we've already committed to, things like alternative response units, other things that we have been doing. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we have $3 million there. We're continuing that commitment. The budget is allowing us to build into the base those commitments we've already made. But then in addition, it's doing some new things. And I think overall, it's very exciting. The $15 million in budget adjustment requests for this fiscal year using the federal ARPA money that we approved earlier tonight will complement these priorities that have been laid out in the FY23 budget. So overall, I think there's a lot of good work, a lot of good planning that has gone in and that will set the course for the next year. Very excited about a lot of it. And I think it's something that we can be very proud of as the Finance Committee, as the governing body, and as meeting the needs of this community to take us forward. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing over the last several weeks, and to acknowledge the people who have been very instrumental in bringing this to this moment, to this night. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the reflection on the budget. Director McCoy, I think you want to do a sharing of your screen and perhaps do a quick public review of what the budget document has by way of pie charts and other ways to visualize what's in the budget. So you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Madam Chair, councilors, thank you for the introduction. We will be jumping into an overview of the presentation. I did want to acknowledge my staff that's online today. Alexis Lotero, the Assistant Finance Director, Andy Hopkins, this is the first round as the Budget Officer for the city, and Lawrence Lovato and Maria Grego are also joining us as well. I'm very, very proud of this team that has worked very hard in coordination with all of the staff in the departments to be able to bring before you tonight the FY23 budget documentation. I really do want to acknowledge and give kudos and commend our city staff throughout the organization, the administrative staff, the programmatic staff, as well as the managers and the department directors. This really does take a united effort over the course of many, many months. It's almost like tomorrow we'll start the process for the next fiscal year because of the hard work and the long hours that it takes to research these programs, to be able to understand and bring before you today the best possible range of options for investments for the city of Santa Fe and our community. That being said, I do want to share with you today an overview of the recommended all funds budget, which totals $382.8 million. As Chairwoman Romero Worth did mention, this does surpass the pre-pandemic levels by over 25 million. The chart in front of you does show that salaries and benefits are a significant portion of the all funds revenue, the all funds expenditures. This breakout highlights one of the primary funds, the general fund expenditures, which total $124 million in the FY23 recommended budget. This recommended budget does commit to ensure the city of Santa Fe meets the 10% reserve mandate as set forward by council. The salaries and benefits for the general fund do comprise the largest share of these expenses in the general fund at about 65%. As Chairwoman Romero Worth did highlight, the budget that has been presented over the course of 7 days over the last 2 weeks and over 20 hours did create investments in these key priority areas, from maintaining our $3 million investment in affordable housing, to continued support for LEDA projects, to continued support for our public safety staff, and additional new investments that we have highlighted throughout, one of which is an additional funding for the downtown substation for public safety. We've also committed to improving basic city services throughout all of the departments, but I did want to highlight the investment that has gone into both the public works and the public utilities budget is significant and has gotten us back to pre-pandemic levels as well. And finally, the chairwoman did highlight some new initiatives to our commitment to making Santa Fe sustainable and helping those who need it the most in our community, and restoring our funding for arts and culture and tourism to pre-pandemic levels as well. That being said, we bring it full circle tonight because we started this process with a public budget hearing, with a public budget hearing back on February 23rd. And tonight we are also in front of you for the public budget hearing and discussion and the vote on this FY23 budget. That being said, Mr. Mayor, councilors, my colleagues, our staff, our attendees and panelists tonight are ready to entertain questions, answer questions, and provide any additional information.
Thank you for the overview. Those charts are very helpful, I think. I think we'll go to the attendee room, and if there are individuals who wish to address the budget and speak to the governing body about the budget that's in front of us, please raise your hand and we'll recognize you for a 3-minute opportunity to speak to us. Madam Clerk, we have at least one hand up at the moment.
Yes, that is correct. Elena?
Hi. Good evening, members of the City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Elena Gonzalez, and I live at 4129 South Meadows Road. I'm a member leader of Earth Care. As most of you know, we are on an intergenerational BIPOC-led member organization with most of our youth and families based on airport road communities. We work on environmental and social justice issues that impact our lives and are involved in many community development efforts. First, I'd like to thank the governing body for the separate budget items passed earlier this evening regarding the Guaranteed Income Program and the ARPA funds. We support the efforts represented in these funding decisions to invest deeply in our communities and try to use the influx of funding right now to readdress inequity and build stability and resilience in the face of COVID and other structural obstacles. These investments in our community are long overdue, which is why our communities were hit so much harder by COVID and the economic downturn recently. So thank you for those investments. Yet, in relation to the overall budget, we wish that there had been more engagement with our community members. One thing that we were dismayed by was to read your email, Mr. Mayor, about next year's budget and the emphasis on policing. We want to remind you that 2 years ago, we were here at City Hall after our Yucca Youth partnered with local Black-led organizations to organize marches lifting up the Black Lives Matter movement and call for divestment from policing institutions that don't address the underlying conditions that make our communities less safe and that also enact violence on BIPOC communities and youth. We called for the redirection of spending on policing to community health and well-being, youth services, and economic and community development investments. Instead of an emphasis on policing, we were hoping that some of the same community priorities that were identified from the community engagement process for the ARPA funds would be emphasized more strongly in the overall budget. As always, we are going to continue to call for deeper investments in civic capacity, leadership, and language justice. We want to close with a request within each department's budget and expenses to think about who is benefiting from the expenditures, and it's our responsibility to always put equity at the center as the best way to build towards community safety, wellness, and strength. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone else with a hand up, several others, two more. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Miguel?
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. Miguel Gabaldon with the right Zoom account this time. I was attempting to do or sit in on those many finance council budget hearings, and I do commend the committee on the time and effort put into that, as well as, of course, all of city staff. As a retired public employee with the state, I understand how budgeting processes are run. I want to commend the city on a couple of things. I did hear there were increased budget requests for public safety in the forms of law enforcement and fire department personnel, and I guess resources. And I commend you on that. I do support other methods as the alternative, I think it's ARU efforts. So I think you might get another one, as the previous caller said. But I think right now we're so far behind in the ability to provide a safe community in Santa Fe because of our lack of resources in public safety. So commend you on that and ask you to keep moving forward and ensure that we have the ability to enforce ordinances, as Ms. Benedito said, are being passed but not able to be enforced, partly because of staffing issues. Public safety should be for first and foremost in our services, whether it's public works and utilities in our infrastructure or emergency personnel. I am concerned about one other request I believe came forward, and I wasn't able to find it anywhere in the lots of documents that you all have to review. But additional funding for the chart process was a little concerning to me. I've been very involved in that process and just curious to see why that much money was needed. Like 50% of the original contract cost is being requested, as I understand. So hopefully that is used appropriately, although I do have questions about it. And again, we will continue with the chart process for a few more months, and that's just a lot more money being passed that way. So again, thank you for your time, and we'll see how the future goes with the budget as proposed. Thank you,
sir. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we have another hand up in the attendee room.
Yes, Miss Stephanie Benanato.
Good evening, Stephanie Benanato. I'm happy to see that there is going to be some more money for cultural and for tourism. I hope that cultural will also include more hours at the library or a library opens. There are still people who do rely on the library for internet connections. And, I think one of the wonderful things about Santa Fe is that our libraries were open, or at least the main library was open 7 days a week. Maybe we'll never go back to that, but at least 6 days a week would be great. And then recreation is, I think, included in public safety. So I do hope that we try to be even a little more competitive, because we're hearing that we're going to be shuffling lifeguards around because there's not enough lifeguards, which has become a perennial reason that we can't keep the number of pools that we've always had open again. I also think that if land use enforcement would actually enforce code that relate to, say, fire safety, such as having very tall fences that are in violation of code under big trees that are connected together to properties but with wooden fences, coyote fences, things like that, traffic, pedestrian safety, where you're really asking about a visual triangle at an intersection, and the comeback is, oh, well, they can get out of the driveway just fine. Well, again, I mean, if you're not going to enforce, then again, I don't understand why we keep getting more staff if we're not going to enforce. I do also find some concern about having more money, excuse me, given to the chart process. I'm concerned that they are requesting proposals for monuments and other works of art right now, ending in a couple of days, when the actual group process, I mean, there were some lectures and there were some group meetings with organized groups, but really these community processes didn't start till January, and now already they're asking people to define a monument who may never have participated in the process, and the expansion into diversity and racism bias training, I think was well beyond what began. And I have to say too, as a homeowner who's doing a very small project, that given everybody who never doesn't have a contractor's license, who wants astronomical bids for their labor, I don't see how anybody can have affordable any kind of housing in the city of Santa Fe. It's just so runaway. It's like $250 for electricians seems really out of whack. I mean, maybe that company really didn't want or $300. Maybe the company didn't want the job, it's small. But really, if that's like the norm that people are paying, or even half of that, it's really a lot. And I don't see how anybody just in the normal middle class range can afford housing or improving housing, and or how anybody can get into something that would be affordable given the cost of the structure itself. So I really would like the city to work on that, and I hope that more money is going to affordable housing, and that somehow you do really get some sort of cost benefit for large projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the attendee room? Yes, we have another hand. Madam Clerk, or maybe not.
Nope, it looked like it was just Miss Bennett, not those.
If there's anyone else who wishes to speak, now is the time in this public hearing. We will make time for you. If not, Madam Clerk, let's come back to the governing body. And I think what we'll do is follow our normal process of entertaining a motion and then have discussion and debate.
Mayor, I'd move to approve the FY23 budget.
Second.
And we have a second. So there's something on the table to debate, and it's an opportunity for questions, comments, your own thoughts about the presentations you've heard. I'll open the floor to the governing body. Councilor Lee Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Got to make sure that I'm not on mute because I'm pretty used to that happening to me. Anyway, I really want to thank the council, thank the finance committee for all the work that they did. And I, as Councilor Chavez expressed earlier, I too logged in, chimed in, listened, and I would have to say you guys probably put in 20, 30 hours worth of just hearing time, and not to mention all the other work that you do with this. And it is definitely very well presented in the booklet that was presented to us electronically and in print format. I believe that on this agenda, I have proposed to ask for an amendment to this, and I don't know if this is the time to introduce that. Asking for guidance from either the city attorney or others that are here in the meeting.
I think the city attorney would be the place to turn, Councilor. You want to ask her your question about amendment, a proposal?
Well, yes, and in this in the packet now, it's I requested to take a look at on page 72 of the booklet, and I don't know where that is in terms of the on the proposal of the budget, but it's written out there as Al Garcia amend, and I can read it. It's on page 2, line 4, to insert the following new paragraph. Be it further resolved that all full-time union and non-union city employees be eligible for the first responder down payment assistance program. And to give a little bit of a history on this, if people don't know, there's a pilot program that was discussed coming from the HR department in regards to assisting our first responders in a down payment assistance to live in the city, which is very, very, very important. I think it's important in many, many aspects, because we do want people who work for the city, especially in public safety, to have access to this, on the one hand. On the other hand, I really feel it's important that we extend this out, especially in the pilot program, to all of those that work for our city government, and to see how this is going to work. It being an example to other municipalities, it being an example to quite possibly other agencies such as the public schools. How do we attract people to live in our city that can contribute to the beautiful city that we live in? And so that was the reasoning for my amendment. I do have, or should have had, a co-sponsor on here, which is Councilor Michael Garcia, which I believe he can also speak to this. It's not in the actual written amendment to the resolution, but at this point, I guess we can discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I think the city attorney's hand is up, so I will turn to her.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors. So I think there's just a couple of things to keep in mind. So this is the time we can do amendments. And it would be amendments to either the resolution itself or to the attachments, which include the actual funds and allocations of numbers of amounts of money. I would encourage us all to look at the caption itself of the resolution, which is adopting the operating budget and organizational chart. Anything that's more programmatic or policy related, that's not just a budget, like where does the money go? Like which department does it go in? Is it personnel and benefits? Is it contracts? Probably should be done in a different piece of legislation. So if we were to try to restrict a certain contract in this resolution, that hasn't been noticed. If we're going to try to set guidelines for a program, that idea has not been noticed for debate or policy making tonight. The budget is just a planning document, and the plan for the use of the funds was in the budget book, but we're not adopting all the details of the budget book. It just describes where staff is proposing, why staff is proposing to put funds in certain categories. Contracts are not signed yet, unless they're multi-year, and in which case they might be. Program guidelines are not released yet. So I have not signed on this amendment for the reason that I don't think it's properly noticed with the resolution title.
So, Councilor Garcia, Lee, it sounds as if what your amendment to the resolution is not, somehow doesn't fit the vehicle isn't appropriate to the situation we're in, that an amendment to the resolution for the pilot project doesn't go into this resolution, if I understand what the city attorney just said. Matt, maybe you can do it again, city attorney, and provide some more description about what the issue is here.
Well, and Mayor, I think hearing how I'm being heard is helpful. So, I think the one thing I would clarify is that the way the budget is being proposed now does not require the down payment assistance to be used in any particular matter. What it does is put funding that's anticipated to be used for that purpose in a particular department's budget, with the plan to use it a certain way, but there's nothing requiring it to be used in any particular way. currently, whether it's for public safety or not. That is the proposal, and that was the basis for the plan, but nothing requires it to be used that way because that's not part of the parameters of our budget typically, is that level of governance on programs. And we did not notice that level of governance on programs to the public, so they didn't have the opportunity to speak pro or con limiting this down payment assistance to only one group or another, because there was no notice that we were going to vote on that issue because it's not on the agenda.
So if I can just ask a question then, so in the proposed budget book and budget hearings that everybody worked on, it states that we're not asking, so what I'm asking for is not necessarily to change the amount of money that is being appropriated for this program, because I support it. However, I would like it to include a broader spectrum of people. And in the actual bullet point, it states $750,000 for a first responder down payment assistance program. So it's specifying that, which is aimed to increase home ownership opportunities in Santa Fe for our police officers, firefighters, and EMTs. This program is also designed to promote safety in neighborhoods by encouraging those with law enforcement and fire rescue, EMS, jobs to own homes and live in Santa Fe. And so, again, it's giving the recommendation that the city it is a pilot project for this initiative in the amount of $750,000 for fiscal year 23. And we'll develop a policy for implementation and provide reporting on progress and outcomes. All I'm asking for is that it's amended to include all City of Santa Fe employees to have the opportunity to tap into this, given that they meet the criterion that's being that's thought out and presented at the time the program is implemented or to start. I mean, thoughts, right?
I understand what you're proposing. I'm not sure that what I'm hearing the city attorney say is this may not be the right opportunity to take it up as an amendment to the resolution, but I keep trying to interpret what you're saying, city attorney, rather than just asking you to speak.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I guess there's two more things I would like to clarify. The section that you're reading, Councilor Garcia, is actually not what it is. It is the budget book, which I think explains the proposal. But tonight, right, you are not adopting that language. If you wanted to propose a specific policy choice in a future piece of legislation, you could. The budget book is generally the plan. For example, there's a planned salary for one of my vacant positions, but I'm not held by law to that in the future. I just have to work within my budget. But we had to base the budget on something, right? So for like the policy analyst position, I don't have a candidate yet. That position should be posted soon, but I had to put something in the budget to plan for it. But I'm not held by law to pay the exact salary we based that category on. The budget book is not being adopted tonight, but the resolution and its attachments are, which are based on the budget book. And then the other thing, I think those are the two things. Thank you.
Councilor Michael Garcia, your hand is up, and then Councilor Merriworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This update from the city attorney brings great concern for me. Twofold. Just moments ago, Councilor Merriworth listed off what this budget includes and what it's going to achieve. Why was that allowable? Secondly, there was a public release on the budget, on the key investments that outlines what we're approving here. How is that allowed when what I'm hearing from you, city attorney, is we are approving numbers, not information. So then, from my understanding of the logic of your explanation, that after this meeting, there should be no patting on the back of each other to say, we just approved X, Y, and Z to do X, Y, and Z, because we're approving numbers. Now is the opportunity
to change what those numbers mean. And so I'm a bit concerned that we're picking and choosing how we are, I guess, interpreting certain things to benefit certain initiatives, certain things to benefit others' initiatives. And I've seen this a lot, where interpretation rolls one way and it doesn't roll the other way. And I think we need to ensure that it rolls all ways. Because if we were going to send out press releases saying we're going to give people an 8% raise, we are going to continue a $15,000 hiring incentive, we're going to propose a $750,000 fund for mortgage assistance for first responders, then we as the governing body have the authority to change what that language is that's associated with that fiscal appropriation. And that is the intention of the amendment that Councillor Garcia and myself have moved forward with. I know that it was talked at length in the hearings that we can't change salary amounts. But again, why during the hearings was it allowed to be talked about at length and debated at length in regards to this particular topic of conversation? If that's not allowed, then the city attorney should have jumped in at that moment and said, you can't do this. Don't waste your time. Because I recall correctly, Councillor Villarreal, Councillor Rivera, Mayor Weber, Councillor Lindell, folks having comments on this particular topic. And if we couldn't have done anything about it, then why did we allow the conversation to happen? Why didn't the city attorney jump in to say that wasn't properly noticed? So with that, I'm seconding the amendment.
Well,
He
hold on.
introduced it, I'm seconding it.
Okay, hang on a sec, Counselor, before you get too carried away, and let's let the city attorney have a chance to respond to your question about what the difference is between the hearing at the Finance Committee and an amendment here at this time, and also where and how to in the future, if there are actual contracts and so on that would come in front of the governing body, how those would be handled in terms of the specificity of a program. So, City Attorney, there have been some questions asked by Councillor Michael Garcia about different debates happening at different times.
However, Councillor Garcia, yes. And I think a premise that's missing also is there is a distinction between the budget proposed by the mayor, who is required to propose a budget describing priorities for the next year's funding, and that's what the budget book is, versus the legislation that is passed. And then I did speak during the budget hearings about ways that would be appropriate to limit a program via a resolution. And so that was a specific conversation we had on this topic. So if any counselors had policy interests around appropriations that are made today, a resolution about how a particular competitive process or that type of thing of funding available to a particular population, that could be done through a resolution. And that was a discussion we had during the budget sessions last week.
Mr. Mayor, do I still have the floor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And just to, I guess, bring to the city attorney's recollection or reminder, I don't sit on the Finance Committee. I'm not a member of that body, so I don't have the authority to introduce any amendments at any time, even if I wanted to. So this is the avenue for those three members that don't sit on that committee, including the mayor, to introduce any amendments. This is where we, as the governing body, through our legislative authority, figure out what the budget looks like. And now to hear there's certain limitations, I completely don't agree with it. I don't agree with our city attorney's interpretation. I believe now is the appropriate time to introduce any amendments dealing with the budget put forth. And that's what this amendment is dealing with. So with that, again, I second Councillor Garcia's amendment introduction. He read it into the record. If we need to follow our rules, we'll write it as we've done in the past. We've writ it out and shared a screen. I mean, I guess what are the next steps?
Point of order.
Counselor Romero Worth.
So I think I'm never the best messenger. I'll just say that to start out. But what we have in front of us, what has been noticed, what is on the agenda is the resolution. And I just would direct everybody to the resolution. A resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe's fiscal year 2022-2023 operating budget and organizational chart. So the problem is we're not passing the budget book. We are passing the resolution, which reflects the budget book. So you can't, we're not, so that the legal document in front of you is the resolution. And by ordinance, it is required to do certain things. And so I mean, if you were going to amend something, you would amend the resolution, but unfortunately the resolution doesn't speak to the programmatic thing that you're interested in. Now I guess I have a question, if it would be okay, that if we were only talking about numbers and it was like, we wanted to take, I don't know, we wanted to take 500,000 out of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and put it into the line item where the down payment assistance fund is, because we wanted to do more with that down payment assistance fund. With 5 votes, we could do that, correct? And I guess I would direct that to the city attorney.
And Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Romero Worth, yes, I think that's accurate. I just want to clarify an earlier statement I made. I wasn't talking about amendments to the resolution during the committee last week. I was talking about future ideas for legislation generally for anyone on the governing body to do in the future, as any other legislation is introduced, not as an amendment to this legislation that we're considering tonight. So I was offering the same suggestion to the finance members as I'm suggesting tonight, that a separate piece of legislation that would go through the exact same process that other resolutions go through, of introduction, committees, governing body, its own caption saying, providing the down payment assistance program to all city employees would be the caption. That's what I was suggesting, not an amendment to the budget. And I wasn't suggesting something different to finance committee members.
No, and I get that. I mean, what you were saying to us at the finance committee was, okay, if you're interested in this programmatic thing, you bring forward the legislation outlining how it's going to work. And then, so in this instance, down payment assistance, we would outline in a piece of legislation who would qualify for it, who would be eligible to apply, I guess maybe we don't need to put the money in it because we've already put the money in the budget, but it would just be more of this is how the program would work. And that's the thing that I think the councilors' amendments are trying to address. And what's in front of us tonight is a resolution and a bunch of numbers, not the details of a particular program. And so I think, just to go back, I think we can amend, you could move money around in the different line items if you had the votes, but you can't, we're not, I think back to the point, we're not adopting the programmatic stuff. We're adopting the money to do the programmatic stuff, and that's up to staff how that works, unless the council wants to get involved and direct the program through legislation.
Or through a contract that comes forward and gets voted on. So hypothetically, assuming we were to approve the budget tonight, as this particular item changes from being a line item in the budget to a program. It may entail a contract with a third party who would execute it. That contract would potentially stipulate who would be eligible. It would come to the governing body for a vote. At that time, debate over whether the contract as drawn does or does not meet the wishes of the governing body as to who would or would not be eligible. Then the specifics of that program would be up for debate. I'm frankly, I'm happy to have the philosophical debate right now. I think it's something I care deeply about. I'm committed to it. I understand why it's proposed the way it is, and I understand the urgency of it. However, if procedurally voting on a specific program's design tonight is not the opportune time to do it, I'm happy to have that discussion when we have a contract proposal in front of us, or if there's a resolution drafted by either Michael or Lee Garcia saying, here's how we wish to have this contract or this program designed, we can debate that and vote on it as an independent item as you bring that forward, and we can have that debate at that time. But I'm delighted to have that discussion because I think it does speak to divergent opinions about this particular proposal. But the budget does not specify in the budget itself for whom this program would be delivered. That's for another time. I see both Councilors Garcia hands are up, as is the city attorney's hand. Madam City Attorney, since you're still guiding us on the procedural issue, I'll turn to you first and then to Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Councilors, I just wanted to alert the council to my concern about proper notice. I'm not saying you can't talk about this subject because it is money that is in the budget. So I just want to clarify that and explain why I did not sign it.
Yeah, I think we can have a debate and discuss our views on this. Councilor Lee Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I thought about this over and over again, and I still would reiterate that we are voting on a budget that the intent is to appropriate proper funds to many different departments. And so within that, the proposal was to offer this program as a pilot project to first responders and EMTs to help. And all I'm asking for is that we think about how it's being presented and just include it include all city employees. And so I understand what you're saying in regards to we're not appropriating more funding. We're not taking funding from one department to another. But in the proposed, what the intent of this money is going to be used for, based upon the proposals of the Finance Committee and what was adopted, is specifically for and only for first responders and our public safety. And so I just feel adamant that it should include a broader spectrum, at least give the guidance when the program is devised by whatever department it is. And I'd be happy to be a part of that program development once that comes to fruition. But within this budget, it states down payment assistance program, which is aimed to increase home ownership for first responders and EMTs. And so in asking for the amendment, I sent off the information to Jesse. And again, this is what has transpired. And so I really would like to hear from any other councilors in regards to how this is accepted or could be accepted through this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Counselor Michael Garcia, your hand is up next, and then Counselor Chavez, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess what's transpiring tonight is setting dangerous, very, very, very dangerous precedent. Because what the city attorney is saying is because this proposed amendment was not properly noticed, it's not, in her interpretation, it's not pertaining to the resolution, correct? Because it's not pertaining to the resolution, we can't debate it. That logic doesn't hold water in the sense that then there could be no amendments taken under consideration during the meeting because we have to properly notice amendments. I disagree again. I disagree with the city attorney's interpretation because this amendment clearly addresses the fiscal year 23 budget and what's included at this particular allocation, what the money is being allocated for. So I'm again at a loss of word. We're setting dangerous precedent for folks to say you didn't properly notice, the public was not properly noticed. You were going to amend who is eligible for this program. Again, we've spoken at length at the beginning of the meeting in regards to the impacts of this budget. That shouldn't have been allowed then. We've sent out press releases about the impact of this budget. And so if the guidance is that a resolution needs to be put forth, then that same logic is that any time any of that budget changes has to be put forth with a resolution. And I just don't understand it. Let's have this conversation. Again, the city attorney gives her guidance. We as the governing body can act. The written amendment is in front of us. We do not need the city attorney to sign off on the amendment. We can introduce it, we can second it, and we can have the conversation on it. That is our legal authority. I just want to remind the governing body that the city attorney does not dictate to us what motions we can make. It's all pure guidance. And so with that, I think it's unfortunately guidance that is incorrect. And if they want us to introduce a resolution on the matter, we will do so. Just remember that we've got to follow this procedure from here on out. We're setting a very dangerous precedent here.
Counselor Chavez and then Counselor Cassett. City Attorney, your hand is up as well. Do you want to let other council members weigh in, or did you want to respond?
Mayor Weber, unfortunately, when it is dangerous when people try to say what I've said for me, and I would appreciate if they would not do that. And I'm going to look back at our rules to see, I believe you're supposed to use I statements in debate rather than so-and-so said, so that way everyone can listen to me and hear me themselves, rather than hear your interpretation of what I've said. So I would very much appreciate if you would not repeat your own interpretation of my words. Our city ordinances spell out what's supposed to be in the budget. It's 11-2.1. And that is revenues by fund, planned expenditures by fund, department and category, planned cash transfers between funds, estimated beginning and ending cash balances, cost for personnel, salaries and benefits by fund and department, not person, general obligation revenue bonded debt service, and schedules of lease purchase agreements and capital outlay. That's what's in a budget, and it's defined by law.
Quick clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor.
Then why are we talking about programs? Then why, instead of talking about we're allocating X amount of dollars to this department, that's at the length of the conversation should be, according to that logic. But no, the last 2 weeks, we've been talking about the departments it's going to and the programs it's going to fund and the projects it's going to fund. And so I'm just at a loss for words. How can we talk about one thing at one point in time and then it be out of line at another?
Madam City Attorney, how can we talk about programs, but they're not actually what the budget is being voted tonight?
However, Councilor Garcia, our hire document, the charter, calls on our chief executive officer, the mayor, to propose a budget based on what he plans to do the next year. And that's why he talks about programs, because he's required to. The council is not.
Councilor Chavez, you have the floor. Councilor Michael Garcia, sir, could you take your hand down so I don't get confused? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make sure my understanding is correct, because this seems like I understand it very clearly, I feel like, but if I need to be put on a different path, I would love that redirection. So, in development of budget, there has to be context. Funding is then approved based on the context, right? The way we intend to spend the money, because that's the only way we could come up with an amount that makes sense. However, once the budget is approved and those funds become available, that intent could very much change, whether it's based on need, based on a change in direction. What I'm hearing the city attorney say, and I know you just said not to do this, but what my understanding is that if we want to work with staff to reconsider that direction, then we would have a power after these amounts are approved to work with those amounts to create a resolution to address a programming need we feel is necessary for the community. Is that accurate?
However, Councilor Chavez, yes.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense to me. I understand that, because I feel like, yes, the departments have a direction of how they'd want to spend the money, mayor, city manager, all of the staff that has worked, and where they feel these funds should be. But that is something that we could work on as a council and adjusting to address needs that we feel are important. So I feel like I was hoping to help clarify it by kind of explaining my basic understanding of it, because it seems very simple. We approve it, the amount's available, then we work with staff, we bring it forward in the way we feel it should be presented. Because when we talk about an amendment, there would have to be something on the agenda to amend, and the item that's being amended isn't present on the agenda right now. And so that's the part that is really confusing me, is because what the amendment includes isn't on what we're approving this evening.
Thank
Yes,
you, Councilor.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's see, we have several more hands that are up. Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to recall budget hearings conversation around this one. I believe there was also the discussion, because there was a lot of discussion about this, not just who it's available to, but also things like, how do you qualify, what percentage of AMI, there were a lot of components that we were looking at here. The contract was also another avenue by which we were able to be looking at this one. Am I correct in recalling that when the contract comes to us for this, that we would have the opportunity to really construct the program? Am I recalling that correctly? This would probably be for the city attorney.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I think it just depends on how the contract is arrived at. Certainly you could vote not to approve a contract if you don't like it. It just depends on how a contract is procured. So I guess the one thing I would add to what Councilor Chavez said is that the default of how to spend the money would be up to the teams that get the appropriations, right? So the plan they've put forth is what the best plan they have now. They're not going to come back and say, I want to work on all the details of my plan with the council necessarily, but if the council has concerns about the details, then I think a resolution would be a good vehicle to set forth limitations or criteria or that type of thing. But resolution is not required, but it could be a vehicle for that. And then a contract would be another vehicle, but generally that's through a procurement process. And just depending on what type of procurement process, the council would see it at different points in time.
Okay. And I think that we discussed, if I'm recalling correctly, that part of the reason we were looking at a resolution for this is by the time we get to a contract to then go and change a contract, it does get a little bit murkier. So if we had an idea very specifically of what we wanted to do, that putting the resolution forward would help drive that procurement process.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, that would be a way to do it. Yep.
Okay. And so I'm just to pull this out of context, because I know we had this conversation in another area, which I was very excited about, which is all the money that's going towards planning. And we had this same discussion about dollars that were allocated out for a neighborhood plan versus a downtown plan. And my argument in budget hearings was that I felt that the distribution between general neighborhood planning across the city and downtown planning, that there should be more going to the general city and less going specifically to the downtown. And I believe the conversation there was also, this is all basically going in one lump sum, and then we'll be coming back to you with contracts about the specific planning. Am I remembering that piece correctly as well? I'm seeing some nods, and I'm seeing a city attorney who's looking back at me.
I remember you were correct, Counselor, that the conversation around a number of different areas involved first conceptual discussion about the committee's will and desires. There were both directions or suggestions made, and then with regard to the specifics you're referencing, yes, the ultimate decision was, let's not right here and now determine exact dollar amounts for one kind of planning project or another, but let's just commit to a pot of money for planning, with the recognition that as we go forward, the land use department, the land use director, would be bringing specifics to the governing body as to how that money would be utilized with regard to either corridor or node planning or downtown planning or all of the above. But there were the programmatic specifics were not debated or agreed on at that time. It was
same with the Green Energy Fund, correct? This is another one that we will be seeing that will come forward to us with the details of the actual program.
Yeah.
Once the contract has been proposed.
Exactly right. I think this is where this is how you enact. You start with the budget as a plan, and you move forward to execute it. And to build on your comment just briefly, we allocate a lot of positions. We've done a significant number of bars as positions are or are not filled to reallocate unused salary savings for programs. That doesn't mean we are somehow not enacting the budget. The budget is a plan that is amenable to change over time. Mm-hmm. So as specific programs are developed, contract, it can be discussed and debated. If, as the city attorney suggests, there is a desire on the part of some members of the city council to introduce a resolution indicating the sense of the governing body for a specific program's design, that's how you would then take the pot of money and attempt to define the program more specifically. So this is not a dangerous precedent. This is business as usual.
Okay.
But on that point,
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Thank you.
On that point,
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Counselor. Counselor Cassidy has the floor.
Thank you. So I mean, I think that the most important piece for us here is that, we keep saying this idea, budget is a plan. Most of this is not one and done. It comes forward back to us. There were some pieces that when you think about the levels of where do we actually get the contracts, that I think that might be the place that I would see a lot more concern. This is going to be a large enough contract, or it should be a large enough contract, that it will be coming back to us, as well as the Green Fund, as well as all the planning dollars. If those get broken up, that could be small enough that it wouldn't come back to us. So I think that those are the pieces that I want to make sure that we're thinking about as we're looking at this. With 750,000, $750,000. This is not our last we will have an opportunity to look at this contract or, set forth with a resolution. So I know Councilor Garcia had mentioned that not everybody is in finance. So I did want to make sure that I was bringing back some of those conversations around this one, as well as some of the other areas that we had looked at. But this one in particular, I mean, it wasn't just around who qualifies, but a lot of the how and the what. And I had brought up a question of what if somebody takes down payment assistance and leaves the city 6 months later. Those are details that I want to see worked out prior to a contract moving forward with this program. So there will be a lot to discuss on this one, and we will absolutely have an opportunity to do it. And it sounds like there's a lot of desire to do it. So I will yield the floor for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mayorworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clear up a couple things I heard. You do not have to notice amendments. What has to be noticed is the document, the thing we're voting on. So we've noticed the resolution. That's the document that's in front of us that we are approving tonight and can be amended. And again, I said this earlier, you can't amend the budget book because that's not what we're approving. We're approving the resolution to adopt the budget. We can absolutely tonight have the conversation about the down payment assistance fund. In fact, we have staff standing by who can speak to that. Why that is being proposed, what they think it should look like, why they have said, why the mayor and his team have suggested that it be targeted in a special way. We could have a conversation about how I think the finance committee came to certain members of the finance committee. I won't speak, we didn't vote on this, but came to see it as a pilot project. And something that let's try it out. Let's see, let's target these groups now and see how it works. And then if we don't have any takers in the groups we're targeting, then we'll open it up to more people. If it's so incredibly successful and it turns out to be something that we want to expand, we can do that too, especially if we continue to have money to put towards this. So we can absolutely have the conversation about this particular thing and why it's being targeted the way it is. That's completely appropriate. But we have to remember that the thing that's in front of us is the resolution, and that's the thing you have to amend. And you can't amend programmatic. If you go and read that resolution, there's no programmatic stuff in it. So there's nothing. You can't add programmatic stuff in that resolution. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Villarreal's hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let folks know that haven't been on the council as long as some of us, we've actually made amendments to things related to kind of processes related to the amount that that's being proposed for a budget item. So I'm letting you know that has been a practice in the past. I'm not saying it's the right practice, but I think that's the part that's confusing for me, is that we've actually done that and we've made adjustments. And so in this case, obviously the resolution is written pretty much the same way each year. It talks about adopting the city's fiscal year, operating budget, and the organizational chart. That's, I think, standard language we use every year. So I think what's the part that's frustrating for me is that we go through the budget hearing process, and now that there's a different kind of structure of governance, there's less chance now that even the finance committee members can make adjustments to either the numbers or the way we're structuring something. And that's frustrating to me. I think we really need to start reevaluating how we present the budget and the process we use. But at this point, I feel like it's kind of a moot point, and I appreciate my colleagues trying to make that adjustment. I was trying to fight for that adjustment during the budget hearing to have the down payment assistance eligible for all city employees. But I think we can then I'll work together on a resolution to look at that possibility. I personally would like to see more money in that 700 than just 750,000. I don't think that's enough just for first responders. I think we need to look at that, even if it's a pilot, that we should have actually put more money into that pot. And that's something that I will be looking at as a possibility for budget adjustments in mid-year or even sooner, depending on how our economy is doing. Because I don't think 750 is enough for our first responders. And as I said before, our staff, every single department, they're essential workers, and we have major deficits in terms of vacancies in every department across the board. And if we can get more people to live here that work for the city, the better off we are as a city. So I'm letting my colleagues know that are wanting to push forward this amendment, that we can work on a resolution if that's the path that we want to take. And I appreciate the clarity, but I'm letting you know it's never been clear. We've done it differently in the past. So
Thank you. I've got a bunch more hands up. I also see the city attorney's hand is up again. I'll defer to you, city attorney, and then come back to Councilor Garcia and Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to make sure everyone knows that if you wanted to change a number or add numbers by moving money from one fund to another, that I don't have any concerns about that type of an amendment. I think that would be absolutely within the construct of the budget. So if there were funds somewhere that the councilor knew they wanted to reduce in order to increase the amount allocated for down payment assistance or to put money into that category, I think that's entirely possible.
Thank you. I do want to recognize Councilor Garcia and then Councilor Rivera.
Oh, since I've spoken already, I'll defer to Councilor Rivera, if you wouldn't mind coming back to me.
Okay, Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too remember making changes during this discussion with the governing body. And I think we're entering some dangerous waters here, like Councilor Garcia alluded to. If there were enough councilors that felt passionate about this enough to vote down the budget, then that would be a dangerous place to be. And not able to make those changes to push forward a balanced budget is dangerous. I think we need to be able to make those changes here at this time. Madam City Attorney, is it illegal for us to hear this amendment tonight, even have a discussion about it?
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I don't think it's illegal to discuss the amendment. I was just giving the council notice that I think there's potentially a notice problem with our caption, which means that we could have an Open Meetings Act problem.
And thank you for that. And I appreciate, the advice of the city attorney. We have had these discussions, as Councilwoman Villarreal said, at the budget meetings, where we discussed doing this as a trial period and then making adjustments as we go. I think that's public record. It's been everyone on the budget or the finance committee is aware of it. We know that if it's a popular program, we're going to have to find money to put into it. And we know that if there's not enough public safety to try to get the assistance for housing, then we can open it up to more people and then potentially have to put more money in after that. I think that's why I passed it through the budget, was knowing that we can make adjustments as we go. And I'm hoping that we do. I'm hoping that money is gone within the first 6 to 8 months and we have to put more money in, because that means more of our employees are trying to stay here, trying to live here in Santa Fe, the place that they work. So I'm hoping a lot of people take advantage of it right away and then we can expand. So, but I'm not opposed to hearing the debate on the amendment tonight. I think, again, just not opposed to it. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with more discussion about it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I think we are hearing the debate on the amendment, to your point, and I think your characterization of the discussion at the Finance Committee was spot on. I think where we all arrived as a group after talking about the amount and its focus, at least my interpretation of the discussion was that there was a general agreement that as a pilot project, given the community's interest in public safety right now, and the urgency of trying to attract, retain, develop more public safety employees living inside our community, as a pilot, we would start with that. If, as you said, Councilor Rivera, there are no takers, we would expand the group that would be eligible, because we fundamentally want people to use this money. If it's snapped up quickly and we have a lot of folks using it who are in the public safety first responder community, we can, and the economy is strong, and we have, as Councilwoman Villarreal said, more dollars. We can borrow more money into it and use this as an ongoing effort. And my takeaway from the discussion at the Finance Committee was that was a very acceptable outcome for the Finance Committee in general, that we would move forward with that as a plan. Plans are available to be changed, and that's why I believe the city attorney has been guiding our Councilor Garcia and Councilor Garcia to say, if you really want to debate the plan, not the amount of money, but the plan itself, its effective implementation, let's have a debate over that with a resolution that we can discuss. And I feel very good about that discussion, because I think we share a lot of commitment to having more people who work for the city living in the city. My own personal priority, given our public safety needs and our efforts to add police officers, firefighters, EMTs to our community living in the city, is that would be the place to start a pilot project. It wouldn't be where you would end a pilot project. It would be an initial priority as described by Councilor Rivera. So we can discuss the idea, which I believe is really meritorious. I think having such a fund is creative, it's innovative. I wish we'd started it sooner. I'm glad we're starting it now. I think we can evolve it with more money over time. And we can discuss whether it makes sense right now, given public safety as a priority, whether starting with $750,000 for first responders really does represent what we're hearing from our constituents. It represents what I'm hearing as mayor, that people in our community would like more of our first responders living here in Santa Fe, close at hand, so they can respond to an emergency. It doesn't diminish the significance of any of our other employees. It simply says, as a pilot project, how can we get more of those first responders living here? And I think that's why that priority was established as a proposal coming from me. Councilor Mayor Wirth.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, I think, you've started the conversation. So I think, we don't have to have an amendment in front of us to have a conversation about this particular program as we're approving right now. Because we're doing both. We're talking about process a little bit, and we're talking about the substance of what everybody's interested in here. I just want to, again, go back. The city attorney said we can move money around, right? That's what we're here. That's what we're approving here tonight, is the money, according to the ordinance, in particular, as it lays it out, right? By department, by category, by, as the ordinance says. So you could take, but we have to, by law, we have to have a balanced budget, right? So let's say we wanted, more money in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. You could, if you have 3 votes at the Finance Committee or 5 votes at this meeting, you could move money from one line item to another. So we can do that. And we can also dictate programmatic things outside of this budget process through the resolution, through an ordinance that says, this is, the down payment assistance fund shall be open to all city employees. I mean, it almost could be as simple as that. And, introduce it, take it through the process, have the conversation, and if it passes, then that's what has to happen. Tonight, we can talk about, as the mayor has just started, why he saw it important to have the down payment assistance fund targeted to particular groups to start. And we've talked about how the Finance Committee really started talking about this as a pilot. And that we, try it this way and then see if we can expand it to more people with more money in the future. That doesn't necessarily mean that if the 2 counselors who are interested can't bring a resolution sooner, that directs that it be open. And again, if you take it through the process and you've got the votes, then that's what's going to happen. And so, yeah, I think that's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Michael Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. And a couple, I guess, points of clarification. I thought and this was the point I was trying to make when Councilor Cassett was talking earlier. I thought at some point in the meeting, part of her motion to approve that department's budget was to consolidate the resources and not to break it out, break it out as the way it was dictated through the proposed budget programmatically. And that was part of her motion, and the motion was approved. So I think that's where I was a little unclear. If I'm not recalling that motion and approval incorrectly, I mean, I'd like to go back to that, but maybe if again, that's the way I recalled that situation happening. I see Councilor Cassett. I'm more than happy to have you, but I mean, I'm going to go back and review the record because that's what I saw happened and I heard happened. And second, I guess my concern is, it's one of those things. It's the silver lining of this unfortunate situation in regards to this amendment not being allowed. The silver lining is this conversation, this constructive conversation, as we're figuring out processes, where we're going, whatnot. But I guess my question is, if the city attorney wasn't going to approve the amendment, why weren't the sponsors of the amendment approved? Why was it then taken publicly, or kind of feel like got egg in my face saying, hey, we got this amendment, but yet city attorney jumps in and no, you can't do that. Courtesy to say, look, you proposed this. I'm not going to sign this. This is where we move forward. A bit of courtesy would have been very much appreciated. I want to make it crystal clear. I'm in full support of this program. I actually had conversations with, Mr. Lofton months ago about this. I mean, I actually had conversations on how can we make this happen with the city. And so to see this in the budget, fantastic, great. I'm in full support of it. And it's funny that, in Councilor Chavis's convocation earlier today, she spoke about empathy. And I think that is what has ultimately led me down the path of wanting to expand this, because I've, had plenty of conversations with city staff, tons of conversations with constituents, districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everybody's saying, wait, why we want to keep everybody here in Santa Fe, and why limit it? Let's figure out how we can make that happen. It's ultimately the right thing to do. And what better time than now than during this proposed pilot process? And I think it allows us to then get the data necessary to make the appropriate decisions in that sense. I don't want us to, like Councilor Rivera said, I hope all the money goes out the door, but I also don't want us to be in a position 8 months from now where we haven't allocated the resources and we're then figuring out what we do with the money. I think let's open it up to everybody. I think as discussed in the committee, have a 6-month review process. If we need to add more money, fantastic. That means it's working. I think, just want to kind of, before we even go down the rabbit hole of potentially comparing it to the program that is with the teachers, it's similar, but it's not. It's similar in the sense there's down payment assistance, but it's not similar in the sense that was a donation dedicated for a specific use, whereas we are the appropriators. We are the donators in this instance, and we can determine who are the recipients. We're not, we have the ability to not limit it in that sense. I think of it as a lasso opportunity. I don't know if folks are familiar with, a lasso. You can go and wrangle up a cow. You open it up, great. You can catch more. You're more likely to get more things. You keep it smaller, your opportunity is much smaller. The empathy in me said, hey, let's open up this lasso. Let's try to catch as much of our city employees as possible. Let's try to support as many of them as possible with staying here in the city, providing them an incentive to continue to work for our great municipality. And it's a win-win. And I think it's, unfortunate the way the process has kind of derailed the purpose and intention of this, because, just a kind of heads up, I'm the crystal ball warning here. There will be a resolution coming forward to allow for this program to be the opportunity to be extended to all city employees. So whether we talk about it and agree on it or not agree on it tonight, it will be in our future. I think this is an opportunity that we need to extend to everybody. And there's no better time than now. So with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I appreciate the constructive dialogue through that we've all had tonight. Appreciated learning, what's gone on historically. I think, we want to, as we move forward, we want to set up a process that we don't get into say, well, we've done it this way in the past, we're doing it this way in the future. Let's create consistency. And that's where I think if we're, as I mentioned, if we're going to do it this way now, we've got to do it this way till forever. And I just don't know if that's the process we're going to follow. But thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate all the constructive debate with all my colleagues.
We have a couple more hands up. I think a resolution would be an opportune vehicle by which to have a constructive debate about the difference between focus and broad focus and narrow focus, between strategy and more broad expenditures. I'm eager to have that debate, eager to compare it to the school district's pilot project, which is focused only on classroom individuals, eager to look at what has been done in the past when Mayor Koss was in office, trying to attract police officers. I think this is a very innovative project, and I think it speaks directly to our needs and our willingness to put money into a very critical, urgent situation regarding public safety and first responders in particular. But it's a debate I absolutely welcome. And, having said we're not allowed to talk about it, we've spent a lot of time talking about it. So I think the city attorney didn't say we weren't allowed to talk about it. It has been said that we weren't allowed to talk about it. In fact, we are perfectly allowed to talk about it, debate it. It's just a question of the appropriate vehicle by which to have a vote on it. I don't know who's Councilor Cassett, city attorney. Do you, Madam City Attorney, do you have a point of clarification? Then I'll go to Councilor Cassett, and I think we may, having been advised there will be a resolution so we can vote on it. Nobody's being prevented from a vote, but the budget is what is in front of us. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors. I just want to let all councilors know that if I have a concern about something that you've proposed, I will absolutely call you if I don't get it during the council meeting at which we are considering it. which is the first time I saw this one. A new one was requested. I knew Jesse was working on it. I did not have time to look at it until this meeting happened because I was in meetings before this meeting and literally had 30 seconds to jump on this meeting. So it was not an indication of disrespect to anyone. It should not be intended to be, it should not be interpreted that way.
Thank you. Madam, let's see, Councillor Cassett, you have the floor, and then I think we may be ready for a vote.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that I did in fact make the motion to bundle them together, and then later with the land use planning. Then later there were a conversation with Director Klug or Director McCoy, I cannot recall which one, was essentially went back to the conversation of it's all going into the pot and that there will be the opportunity. So you're right. Publicly, I did absolutely make that motion. And a reminder for me that conversation did not happen in the public arena when I went to follow up and say, did I have to make the motion like that? And the answer was no. And again, back to kind of this conversation, although the sentiment still stands, for me, I think that one was important that I got that information out there so that individuals know that as those pieces come forward, that I'm going to want to be seeing it. So that was my understanding of what had occurred there. So to provide that clarification and background information for the pieces of that conversation that did not happen within the budget hearing itself, but rather happened afterwards. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we vote, because I feel like we're very close to vote now and all the work that we did on the Finance Committee, a lot of questions. I just wanted to start off by thanking the staff members who were involved with submitting their budgets, their budget proposals, and to the finance staff and all the overtime work that the team did to be able to put the budget details together and assist with the budget process. I think we all know there's considerable work that happens behind the scenes that we don't get to see other than what's presented to us. And so just want to recognize all of you for your hard work. And thank you to Councilwoman Rometta Worth for being the strong taskmaster that you are, keeping us on track and knowing we had limited time, but trying to cover all bases that we wanted to. I do have to say, though, that this was probably a harder budget process for me than in years past. In the 6 years I've been part of budget processes as I've served on the council and been on the finance committee. And I'm not referring to hard decisions about, budget cuts, because when I first got on, we had a big deficit we had to get through in 2016. And then obviously all of us have experienced what the cuts that we had to make and compromises during COVID and the pandemic. But I guess what's even though we had enough funding this year, I guess I'm talking about the process of how information is presented to us. Again, I wasn't pleased with the late budget book. It doesn't help those of us that have second jobs to be able to review and succinctly be able to get our thoughts together and even ask questions ahead of time. No ability to do that. So I apologize to staff for us asking questions, and I would probably just say for myself, asking very thorough questions, because I'm not able to ask staff questions ahead of time, especially when we get material late. I also want to say that it's not helpful for me to, when we have requests for additional information, typically in the past, we've gotten it throughout the budget process so that we can go back to something we talked about the day before. We didn't get all of those, at least for me, those additional requests for information. Some of them weren't even tracked. I had to track my own. I really would hope that we can document those. We used to get a form that gave us all the questions that were asked during the budget process and then be able to answer them as we went along and not the last day. So I'm just asking, we need to reevaluate that. I think what we put through, and I know that City Manager Blair realizes this, like what we put through for directors and their staff to present or to give finance their budgets. I mean, after I heard what they've been through, y'all, and I don't know if you've ever asked staff about what they have to do. I've never heard of a more inefficient process. We need to get that and do that better. And it's nobody's fault. It's just like really honing in on the best technique to be able to get the information we need to put together a budget. So that I think needs reevaluation. I think what's hard now as we listened and talked about this process of making adjustments is that, yes, the mayor is charged with making budget recommendations, but that doesn't mean that everything is set in gold, that there's room for negotiation, that there's room for making changes. And in this case, I don't feel like we had that opportunity. We talked a lot about potential changes, but I don't think that there's room now in the current governance structure for us to be able to make actual adjustments. We made a lot of changes back in the days through budget processes, and they weren't like because people wanted to outdo somebody or they had a vendetta with another like department, or it was just like clear, just this is what we think based on what you all presented. And I think we actually don't have that ability now as much as we have in the past. So, and I think the way we could prevent that is really important topics. Like we got some things that were like initiatives that I think all of us support. They're really important. But to not hear about it until the budget book was presented to us. And in some cases, some staff didn't even know some of the numbers that were presented in their budget until the budget book was presented. I don't think that that's helpful for us to like become, build unity around topics and values around a budget. So I think that there's ways to present possibilities of project initiatives ahead of time so that we're well aware of things that that I think all of us would want to support. I don't think we need to be gatekeepers. And that's not the purpose of the budget process, is that people think that we're trying to question what staff is considering. And I actually think when one of my colleagues said it's hard to present budgets, absolutely. I also think that we were very kind and courteous to staff members about what kind of questions we asked. And I know a lot of you are probably sick of me asking as many questions I did for every single item, for every single division, but this is taxpayer money. And so therefore we can closely scrutinize how we're going to be spending the money. It's not questioning that we don't think staff knows what they're doing, that they don't know what's best for the department. But I think that that's our job. That's what we need to do. And that's what we've always done. In fact, I remember in the past crazy questions that people would ask of some of my colleagues were really rude to some of the staff. It's not like that. I don't think it's like that. During our budget process, I think it was really respectful. So those are the things I'm worried about, the bureaucracy of like making changes like this, like a resolution. Okay, let's move forward. But I worry about the bureaucracy. I also want to caution my colleagues about the hefty amount of contract labor in this budget, the most I've ever seen before. And so although some of them are short-term solutions to fill our staff shortages, I don't want our staff to get comfortable with contract labor that will be taking or replacing our public positions, our positions that are actually full-time jobs. So with that, I'm also just gonna say, there's a lot in this budget I love. There's so many good things, retention incentives, signing incentives, the infusion of the $3 million for the Affordable Housing Fund, updating our general plan, staffing up the land use and planning department. There's a lot of things, arts and culture initiatives and programs. The Clean Energy Fund, I'm very supportive of. Again, there's adjustments I think that need to be made. Once I got a preliminary budget from staff, only 150,000 was told to me that out of that 500 that was actually going to go back into community. I think that's problematic. I think we need to restructure that piece. So yeah, I think there's some great things, and that's why I support the budget. And there was a lot of robust conversation as we talked about. I just think we need better communication so that we feel like the process is transparent. And so we know that, so we can actually wholeheartedly support things that are really fit our values. And so I thank you again to staff and everybody that's involved with this process. And I look forward to seeing how these things and these initiatives come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your summarizing that. I think that's very helpful. Councilor Michael Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I promise my questions aren't about the down payment assistance fund. Just a quick question about chart. The commenters earlier reminded me that I had a question. And John, can you clarify for me, because I think you were the one who spoke to this in the hearings, is the resources allocated in this budget part of the initial appropriation, or is it in addition to?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you for that question. I'm quite confident I was not the person to speak to that. Director McCoy, can you speak to that? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, yes, City Manager Blair, I'd be happy to. Councilor Garcia, a part of what was discussed during the budget hearings was that there's still the current contract that was approved for the chart process will carry over into fiscal year 23, I believe for 2 months, the months of July and August. That total is approximately $25,000 that will be needed to complete that, the term of that contract. The additional $100,000 that is included in the FY23 budget is to support any of the work or recommendations that come out of the process. We understand this is the beginning of a process that will continue on into the future, very similar to other initiatives that have began. The Community Health and Safety Director Ochoa did speak to the funding the continued process for the Community Health and Safety Task Force out of the Community Health and Safety budget, and then any of the recommendations that were to come out of that as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Director McCoy. And just so I'm fully understanding the $100,000, I guess my concern comes in, we're not automatically attributing this $100,000 to the current contractors. We're not, I mean, I think maybe you can answer that. It's not an automatic extension of their current contract.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, you are correct. It is not an automatic extension of the current contract. That the term of that contract, as I mentioned before, I believe goes through the end of August of 2022. And if there were any amendments to any contracts, we would, particularly at that amount, we would have to bring them back in front of the governing body for their review and consideration. But at this time, it is not intended for the continuation of that contract. Okay,
thank you. I appreciate that. And given the, so ahead. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, I appreciate the question. I'm glad you raised it, because it's something that I feel is a good, Councilwoman Villarreal was enumerating things she thought were features in the budget that we could feel good about. I think this is one of them. I think we're putting a lot of energy and effort into the chart project. The other night, I was at the presentation about plaza design all over the world. I was at the event on Saturday with the Japanese American internment effort to recognize history. I think we're making a lot of community engagement effort around this. The question is, what happens after the chart contract runs out? And so the idea of putting $100,000 into the budget was to create a fund that, and here again, it's not specified how it would be used, but it's simply a pool of money that the governing body could say, as we wish to implement recommendations or revise the process or bring in additional resources, there's some money parked there so that all the effort doesn't come to a screeching halt and there's no money to implement the recommendations that our community will bring forward. So I'm really glad you highlighted that your question does suggest, again, ways in which we're trying to allocate funds for broad brush stroke uses, knowing there will be opportunities for us to use that money constructively to implement or take further action on all of the efforts that's going on right now with community engagement, and make sure people feel that their time was well spent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that additional context. I guess my concerns arose just because, as the two folks who provided testimony earlier tonight, they alluded to that they didn't feel confident in the process. And I guess that's where my concerns rose, because at the end of the day, the contractors have to come forward with their recommendations. And that's for the governing body to decide whether they felt their recommendations are warranted or not. I don't know where we'll be in, what is that, roughly 5 months. I know that currently the city manager has the authority to sign a contract over $100,000. And I would respectfully ask, on such a significant contract like this, I mean, not significant dollar-wise, significant community engagement, community interest-wise, that something like this go before the governing body before we potentially enter into any contract extensions. I think I'm very interested to see what comes forth, because the process set forth is not the process we outlined in our resolution. It's not, I don't see the contractor following the process of the tables, round one, round two, community, I can't remember round three. I mean, I'm very concerned, given that this process ends here in a couple months and major recommendations have to be made to us. But thank you for the clarification on this appropriation, Director McCoy. I really appreciate it. And just want to as well thank everybody for in this process. Huge lift. Budgets are not fun. I can only imagine the late nights, hundreds probably of cups of coffee, pots of coffee, sleepless nights, budget nightmares. So hopefully everybody can get some rest after this huge lift. And just thankful to everybody for putting in their time and dedicated effort towards this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I look forward to further conversations as the budget gets implemented. Any other comments at this time? If not, I would ask the clerk to call a roll on the motion. Call the roll on the motion.
Mayor.
Councilor Rivera.
Sorry, we had a motion made and it had a second. Not sure what happened to that or what we need to do with it.
Oh,
It was out of order.
I think the city attorney suggested that we were not voting on an appropriate matter now, and it could be taken up through other means in the future.
And it was out of order.
Madam City Attorney, do you want to comment?
Mayor Weber, Parliamentary Romero, in this context, in what sense are you referring to being out of order?
The motion on the amendment, I believe, is what Councilor Rivera is suggesting. And I objected, because you can't amend something that's not in front of you. So in my mind, that motion was out of order. We did have the motion already on the ground to pass the budget, and then there was, I think, the motion in the second Councilor Rivera is referring to was the motion to amend the budget book, which is not before us, and I objected. And
Okay, so if we have an objection, then we can hear, I mean, a parliamentary procedure objection is something that can be heard and then ruled upon and then voted on. I don't know if that's where we want to go or not. I just want to clarify, I was recommending against it.
Yeah.
I don't think I have the control to stop you. I'm just making that recommendation.
Yeah, and I think I objected because we were amending something that wasn't in front of us. And then we got off on the conversation of process and
the merits.
So Mayor Weber, you have the right to make the call as to whether it's germane or not. And
I think what I've heard tonight is that this motion is not germane, but there will be an opportunity to bring it back. And Councilor Michael Garcia has said he intends to bring it back as a resolution. I welcome that opportunity, but for tonight, it is not germane to the vote on the budget per se. That's the ruling of the chair. And with that, I think we can call the roll on the motion on the budget.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. I do look forward to that robust discussion on the merits and that Councilor Garcia, both Councilor Garcias have introduced tonight, and I welcome that opportunity in the future. Let's look forward to that. And let's also thank everybody for the hard work on the budget and moving forward now that it's been adopted to carry out the next steps, getting it to the state and then implementing it. Thank you, everybody, and we are adjourned.